Golden Age Radio is starting now. Subscribe to get future updates.
Saddle up and hang on to your 10-gallon hat. Get ready to ride off into the sunset with pistols a-blazing for this exciting lineup. Starting with the Lone Ranger, Gunsmoke, Have Gun Will Travel, Wild Bill, and then the Texas Rangers, followed by Dragnet, Calling All Cars, Richard Diamond, Secrets of Scotland Yard, and Black Museum.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. Whenever men gathered around the campfire in the early days of the western United States, stories were told of the masked rider of the plains. And those stories have come down to us through the generations. In a country where only the brave could survive, the masked man's courage was never matched. He dedicated his life to the cause of justice. It was through his efforts that the honest settlers in the range country found peace and security. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! There's going to be trouble at Loganville. We've got to hurry. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Drawn to the country around Logansville by its prosperity, outlaws became bolder with each raid until finally law enforcement broke down altogether, and the criminals no longer bothered to hide their identity.
Right around the country like they owned it.
Can't nothing be done?
Cattle stole, ranches raided, stages held up, and the law working right along with the crooks.
By heavens, somebody's got to do something, or the honest folks will have to move out.
Then suddenly one morning, without warning, the townspeople of Loganville were astonished to see a notice nailed to the wall of the cafe.
Vigilantes organized.
They've given notice to the crooks to move out.
Who nailed that notice up? Wonder what'll happen now.
Many things happened, and they happened with speed and precision. A small, self-appointed band of hooded men, their identities known only to themselves, made spectacular and mysterious raids wherever known criminals were to be found. Giving way to the threat of sudden death, the outlaws at first reluctantly and then swiftly, with the desperation of terror, packed bag and baggage and departed for safer districts.
The vigilantes is the best thing ever happened to these parts.
Look how the crooks are clearing out.
I don't care who the vigilantes are. They're all right. Hooray for the vigilantes!
But the small group of men who had banded themselves together, elated by success and confident of their power, found themselves tempted to take advantage of the organization they had created. The cunning brain of Mark Delaney, their leader, saw fresh possibilities, and his persuasive tongue convinced his followers they should accept his plan. We see them now at night, their heads and shoulders concealed with white hoods, gathered at the secret meeting place outside town.
Mark, are you sure we can get away with this? And why not?
Folks around here figure everything we do is just about right, don't they?
Yeah,
But what if the fellas we tell to leave the country start telling their side of it?
Let 'em. Who's to believe 'em? We'll do like we always done. After we've given 'em notice, we'll nail the paper to the cafe saying why. If we accuse a fellow of rustling, who's going to believe him again us?
I reckon you're right, Mark.
You know blame well I am, Nate.
Who's the first fellow we're calling on?
Jim Dwyer.
Him? But everybody figures he's honest.
Uh-huh, and that's just why I chose him. If we can get away with our scheme on him, then we can work it on anybody.
Give him 24 hours notice, huh?
Right. And with that short a time to clear out, he'll sell his place plenty cheap.
And we'll buy.
Of course. When I first thought of organizing vigilantes, I decided it was the fellows with cash and land I wanted my side. You fellas had the most cash, so I chose you. And now, before we're through, we'll have even more.
Good enough.
When do we ride?
Right now. Everybody got their hoods on? Yeah, and let's give Jim Dwyer his marching orders. Come on, get up there. Get up there.
Get up there. Get up.
But I ain't done nothing. Honest, I ain't. I've always lived honest, fellas. You can't do
Jim
this.
Dwyer, the vigilantes have met and decided they don't want your kind in this part of the country.
But I tell
You're
you...
a rustler. You've made your cash stealing other folks' cows. We're hereby giving you notice that...
Wait, listen,
that you're to clear out inside of 24 hours.
No, you can't do it. My ranch, my home. I'm not a rustler, I tell you.
And if you don't clear out in the time just stated, you'll be hung from the nearest tree. Ain't that the verdict, men?
That's it. There's a mistake. Somebody's lied about me. Listen, you gotta believe me. What you said ain't so. I'll prove it. I'll do anything.
Jim Dwyer, you'll leave within 24 hours. Within 24 hours.
A notice was mailed to the cafe the next morning, stating why Jim Dwyer had been told to leave. The people of the district were stunned, but they accepted the vigilante's ultimatum and refused to believe Jim's claims of innocence. The rancher was forced to sell his property at a ruinous price. Their scheme successful, the vigilantes continued. A half a dozen more prosperous ranchers were added to the list of victims. And then one day, the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto, camped not far from Loganville, saw a horseman riding furiously down the trail.
Look at that man spur his horse, Tonto.
Him ride heap fast.
He's coming from Loganville. I wonder what his hurry is. No one's behind him.
Him all alone.
There's no excuse for driving his horse that way, unless he's carrying an important message or something of the sort.
Wait. Tonto know him.
You do?
Him rancher. Him name Dave Hanford.
Dave Hanford? I've heard of him. Here, Silver.
You ride?
Dave will kill his horse if he continues like that. He's got a message that has to be delivered in a hurry. Perhaps I can help him and save his mount.
There him come.
Go on, Silver. Come on, boy. He can't run his horse like that. We'll stop him, Silver. Dave! Dave, rein up!
Get away from me.
I'm not an outlaw, Dave.
There, we're out, will you?
Come on, Silver.
Get back, I tell you.
I'm not going to let you drive that horse until you kill it. Pull up.
I warn you,
There.
Get on my hand.
You're not hurt. Stop your horse.
I won't blast you. Get up there. Get along.
And I'll stop it for you.
Let go of that bridle.
You wouldn't stop when I told you. Oh, Silver, hold it back. Oh, old fella. Oh, boy.
Blast you. What'd you stop me for? I'm leaving town like you told me, ain't I? My 24 hours ain't up yet.
What are you talking about?
You dirty crooks. You're getting worse all the time. I suppose you ain't satisfied no more with just stealing ranches. You gotta shut our mouths, too.
Look here. Do you think I planned to shoot you?
Then if you didn't, why'd you...
I stopped you to save your horse. If I'd wanted to shoot you, I'd have done it when I knocked the gun from your hand.
But I don't see...
Who did you think I was?
That mask. The vigilantes.
Did the vigilantes wear masks like mine?
Well, maybe I was wrong. I don't know.
My camp is just over there. Come along. You said some things I'd like to ask you about.
But if I don't clear out...
You've been threatened?
I was given 24 hours to disappear or get killed.
You have my word nothing will happen, Dave.
Well,
You'll either come willingly or I'll make you.
I guess maybe it'll be all right. Get up.
Come on,
there.
Silver.
How come you know my name, stranger?
I heard it before, Dave, and Tonto recognized you.
Tonto?
That Indian you see over there. He's my friend.
Oh.
From the things I'd heard about you, Dave, I had the impression you were honest.
I ain't never done a crooked thing in my whole life.
But if the vigilantes warned you
Vigilantes? Crooks would be a better name for 'em.
Yes?
Stealing ranches. Getting rich by giving honest men like us orders to leave. Buying us out cheap or just taking over without paying nothing at all.
That sounds as though you know who they are.
Well, of course I do.
But isn't it a secret organization?
Secret to everybody but the fellas they rob. When fellas wearing hoods call on you at night and tell you to leave the country, and then the next day, fellas that have been getting rich, buying from hombres like me, come around and offer you as little as they can for your place. Then it don't take long to figure things out.
I see. Here we are, Dave. Oh, Silver.
Oh, boy.
This is Tonto.
Howdy.
Oh.
Tonto, Dave's been telling me some interesting things. And Dave, there's more questions I'd like to ask you.
Go right ahead. Can't hurt none, I reckon.
If what you've told me is true, if you know these men, why can't you state the facts and accuse them?
That just shows how much you know about it.
Yes?
In the first place, a while back when this country needed vigilantes, these fellas did some good work. All the folks swear by 'em, even if they don't know who they are. And they wouldn't believe a word agin 'em.
Oh?
And in the second place, they're rich. And it don't pay to argue with men that's got the power they got.
Uh-huh.
And in the third place, anybody talking out of turn wouldn't be likely to live long.
Who are the men you suspect?
You ain't just trying to trick me, are you, stranger?
If you'll trust me, perhaps I'll be able to help you.
Now, there's something about your style. By thunder, I will trust you.
Good.
I'll take my oath. One of them's Mark Delaney, the fellow that gave me $500 this morning for a ranch worth $5,000.
Mark Delaney.
And Walt Berry and Nate Carlson and George Simons and, well, there must be about a half a dozen of them all told.
They've driven other men like you away.
7 or 8 I know of.
Dave, I'm going to investigate your story.
Yeah?
If you're right, I'm going to find a way to do something about it.
Well, if there was such a way, somebody would have thought of it a long time ago.
Well, you'll see. But if those men are guilty and I do find a way to bring them to justice, I want you to promise me something.
Huh? Promise what?
That instead of leaving, you'll stay with Tonto and me until this is cleared up.
Well...
A man only deserves what he fights for.
Gosh, an hour ago I thought I was done for.
Yes?
But now, by heavens, I will fight.
Here, Silver.
Are you leaving?
Yes. I don't know how long I'll be gone, but stay here with Tonto until I get back.
Just as you say, mister.
Yep. And Tonto, the two of you stay out of sight.
We do that.
Come on, Silver.
Several days went by, and then late one night, a group of hooded men made ready to leave Larry Forbes' ranch house.
You heard what we said, Larry. 24 hours.
Will you
And
rotten-
not a minute more. Come on, fellas. To your saddles. Yeah, that's it.
Back to town?
Right. Keep your hoods on till we're away from here. All set, men? Then come on, get up there. Get up.
Get up. Larry's place is going to make a nice piece of property to get a hold of, Mark.
It ought to just round out our holdings the way we want.
And not a blame person suspicioning us except the fellas we chased away, and they don't count.
Oh, we've done right well.
We have that.
But I'm getting a little leery of this. We go too far, and folks will start asking questions.
Oh, now, Walt...
We ain't going no farther.
Huh?
You mean...
Just what I said. I thought out this scheme, and it's worked fine. But a scheme that's good for a while ain't always good when you use it too long.
That's just what I was going to say.
You're loco, the both of you. You're making money at something, it just ain't sense to give it up.
No?
Why, there's Phil Potter's place we could get for ourselves.
And
it
maybe
doesn't-
ropes to be hung by.
Now, wait.
You wait. Nate, I've got things figured out. It ain't being crooked that gets a man in trouble. It's being crooked at the wrong times and in the wrong places.
That's real sense.
We picked the right time for what we've been doing. We started in after we drove the outlaws away, and the folks around here was convinced we couldn't do nothing wrong.
But I don't...
But from now on, we're...
Hold on. Hold that.
What's the matter, Walt?
I was sure I heard something just then.
Heard something.
Don't know just what. Might have been a horse went in or something. I don't know.
Walt, no wonder you want to back out. You're getting as nervous as a scared kid.
Oh, there was
Oh,
something.
quit jumping every time you hear a sound. You can take your hoods off now, fellas. Get up there. Come on.
Get up there. What was you saying, Mark?
What I started to say was that from now on, we should stick to honest business. Each one of us has got all the land and cash and cows he needs. We've run out the string, and it's time to quit. The fella that's greedy's a fool.
Nate, you know Mark's right, and you might as well admit it.
Ain't no use holding out if you're all kidding me.
That's better, Nate. Quitting now, nobody can ever get anything on us. All we have to do is enjoy what we've got, and that's a plenty.
We'll burn our hoods and forget all about being vigilantes.
Right.
And then what?
Blasted, I know blame well I heard something that time.
And what if you did? Couldn't be anything but a cowpuncher heading for town. And who's to bother the vigilantes?
And tonight, Dave, was their last raid.
Of all the rotten luck.
Yes.
There goes our last chance of trapping them critters. How you going to prove anything on them when they ain't doing nothing crooked?
There might be a way.
Huh?
Dave, how many of the vigilantes' victims do you know?
Almost all of them.
Do you know where they've gone to?
Well, I heard Jim Dwyer's over Ponca City way.
Yes?
And Carl Engel, let me see. Seems as if somebody told me he was seen working for the Box M outfit.
And the others?
Now, give me a minute to think, and I reckon I could remember where most of them have gone.
Good. Dave, each one of those men must have had at least one friend among the ranchers who believed in his innocence.
Sure, as likely as not. But what good's the opinion of one man when all the rest are against you?
In this case, it might be a lot of good.
Well, I don't say it.
The vigilantes have said they'll not ride again.
Yeah,
but they will, Dave, and soon.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now, to continue our story. The Lone Ranger told Dave Hanford and Tonto that although the vigilantes planned to retire, they would be forced to ride again in spite of their resolution. He explained the plan he had in mind and then gave his final instructions.
We made out a list of the men the vigilantes have driven away.
Uh-huh.
Me got list.
Each one of us will call on a third of those men and explain the plan.
I'll talk to them fellas, and by thunder, they'll listen.
Make them agree to help. Do anything, but get their cooperation.
We do that.
And then, when you've seen the men we want, return here. This will be our meeting place.
Fine.
Now there's no time to waste. Here, Silver.
Here, Scout.
I'll get my horse.
We should all be back here within a week. And then we'll go into action. Come on,
Get him
Silver.
up, Scout.
Jim Dwyer. Dave Hanford. Oh there. Oh, boy. Oh. Jim, listen to me. But where'd you come from, Dave?
All the way from Loganville just to see you. And if you don't do like I say, I'll have your hide cut.
Who's there? You open door.
Just a second. Well, a redskin.
Me want talk to you. You listen.
Come on, Silver, old fellow. We called on two of the men we wanted to see. Now to get the last. Then back to camp. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
More than a week passed, and then one day Nate Carlson received some startling information. He went directly to Mark Delaney's home.
Double-crossing skunk. I'll show him. Mark, open up this door and open it pronto. I know you're in there. Open up.
What in place is the matter with you?
Get inside.
Now, look here.
No. You didn't want to pull no more raids. You knew when you was well off. Sure, you knew all right. So just the minute you get me convinced we ought to stop him, you go behind my back and do some raiding on your own.
That's a lie.
I suppose you'll say it's a lie. The vigilantes raided the Circle Cross outfit.
They what?
You heard me. You and the rest of them wasn't only seen, you had the infernal nerve to nail a notice on a cafe wall like we always done.
There's something funny about this.
Funny? That ain't the word I got for it. I'd say it's
Now,
a double...
just wait a minute. That's your trouble, Nate, flying off the handle when there ain't no cause.
You...
If the Circle Cross was raided, I didn't have nothing to do with it. I'll take my oath, none of the other fellas did either.
The raiders was wearing hoods.
They was.
They told our hands it was vigilantes.
Well,
And what's more, they told the fellas out there that from now on they was running things the way they wanted to. They said they'd done a lot for this part of the country, getting rid of crooks, and now they was going to get something for themselves.
And you was loco enough to think I'd do a fool thing like that?
Well?
By heavens, after knowing me all these years.
What else was I to think?
How do you expect me to know what you think when I don't know what to think myself?
I don't savvy this.
Nor do I. But whoever them fellas are pretending to be us,
They're riding right for trouble.
But in spite of Mark's prediction, the next few weeks saw the hooded band strike again and again without being caught.
We're the vigilantes. We're helping ourselves to these cows. Anybody don't like it can start dodging lead. Make way for the vigilantes. Ride them down, fellas. Ride them down.
We're cleaning this place up. Hand over everything you got. If you got any objection, just remember, it's the vigilantes you're dealing with.
The townspeople, who had never inquired into the vigilante's identity as long as the hooded band did the work the law had failed to do, began first to harbor misgivings, then to give voice to their indignation.
Just because they run the outlaws out, they think they got a right to turn crooked.
They stole all of Bart's cash.
And help themselves to Circle Cross cattle.
Shut up Zeke's place. They gotta be stopped.
As the raids continued, the townspeople demanded the vigilantes be halted. The result was a meeting held in the cafe and called to order by old Zeke Eyes.
Quiet down, folks. Quiet down. Now then, I reckon everybody knows the business before this meeting. To catch them dirty crooks. Wait, can't you? Like I was saying, we all know why we come here tonight. There's been things happening around these parts we can't be put up with no more. That's right. All of you savvy what I mean. It's the raiding and robbing and thieving the vigilantes have done.
It can't go on no more.
Something's got to be done. They run wild. That's just it. There was a time when we was mighty glad to see them fellas operating. They done a heap of good before they got too big for the boots and went hog crazy. So, seeing as how we're all agreed they've got to be caught, I'd like to hear a few suggestions.
There's only one thing we can do, Zeke.
Yeah?
That's for all of us that can handle shooting irons to keep armed every minute of the day and night. Then just as soon as somebody reports seeing them crooks, we'll try to get there before they get away.
Well, that's one idea.
But it ain't a good one.
No?
No, for all we know, some of the vigilantes are right here at this meeting. They're Loganville folks just like the rest of us. They make a raid, and all they got to do is to hide their hoods and pretend they were there looking for the crooks instead of being them.
That's true, sure enough.
And we can make any secret plans for the same reason. We'd never know who to tell the secrets to or to keep them from.
Well, what's your scheme?
Well, somehow we got to catch them and wearing the hoods.
Yeah?
And with evidence on them, we can use to get them.
But how's that to be done?
You got me, Zeke. But if anybody thinks there's another way, he's loco. That's right.
Now's the time, Tonto. The townspeople are ready for action. They want the vigilantes punished, and given half a chance, they'll see that they are punished.
Them plenty mad.
I just saw Walt Barry slip from the cafe and head for Mark Delaney's house. You know exactly what you're to do, don't you, Tonto?
Me not forget.
The men are waiting. We'll only need 15 minutes.
You go now?
Yes, Tonto. Then in 15 minutes, follow our plan. Come on, Silver.
In the meantime, one by one, the vigilantes arrived at Mark Delaney's home to discuss the situation.
We're all here, ain't we?
George just come in, and he was the last one we was waiting for.
And we've got to decide is this. Are the things that have been happening dangerous to us? If they are, what are we going to do about it?
Seems to me, Mark, these fellers posing as us are doing us a favor.
Yeah?
They're bound to be caught sooner or later, don't you see? And then when they are, there won't be nobody can blame us for anything.
That sounds reasonable.
The rest of you think the same? Then you figure we ought to just let them go along with enough rope to hang themselves?
Shucks, me and Walt don't often agree on any one thing, but this time I'd say a masked man!
And there's Dave Hanford.
Sure, I'm Dave Hanford. The fellow you skunks thought you run out of the country. Well, meet up with some more folks you robbed. Here's Carl and Jim.
What's this? You'll soon learn what this is about, Mark. The hoods, men.
Here they are.
Hey, what are you doing?
You're going to wear these hoods.
No, wait a minute.
Can't do that.
Stand back. Hey, do it.
Stand still. All of you are covered.
But you can't
Mark, these are the men you and your friends cheated.
You used your position to steal everything they owned. Now you're going to get a taste of your own medicine. You'll pay for this. Put the hoods on them.
No. It's a downright pleasure. Just watch me.
We'll fix it, skunk.
What's this for?
There's an old barn just outside of town, Mark.
Yeah, but
It's been years since it's been used. It's just the kind of place vigilantes would choose to meet.
To meet?
That's enough for you to know right now. Are they all wearing hoods?
Every last one of them.
And back to our horses. Hurry! Here's the barn, men. Take them inside.
I'll open the door. Now, get in there, you skunks. Don't try to hang back or you'll get some lead to speed you up.
Listen, we'll give you cash. We'll pay you back what we took. Sure we will. You can have it all back.
And more besides.
Keep still. Dave and Jim and the rest of us are going outside. You, Mark, will stay in here with your friends.
Wait, please.
We're going outside, Mark, but we're not going far. The walls of this barn have cracks in them. Cracks wide enough to fire through. And if you try to leave, you'll only get shot.
Hey, hurry it up. They're coming from town.
The engine's done his part.
Remember, we'll be just outside and watching you.
Close the door, Dave.
Yeah.
Mark, what's going to happen to us? We're done for.
But maybe we'll be able to explain.
You fool, explain. The way the folks in town are feeling. Just one look at these hoods on us and we're done for.
Then let's make a break for it. No, that's just what Dave and them want. They'd like to shoot us down.
Oh, Lord.
No, it's them.
It's too late now to run if we wanted to.
The Redskin said he's seen them.
Bring the light this way. Does anybody in here stand where you are?
The light's shining on them. Look.
Tear them hoods off.
Wait, we ain't the fellows you want. Leave me be.
Don't take that hood away.
Well, I'll be Mark Delaney, Walt, Nate, and there's George.
Blasted, listen. This is a frame-up. We didn't...
Just take a look at these things hid in the corner. If some of it ain't the stuff that's been stole lately, I'll eat my saddle.
The hoods and the loot. That's evidence enough.
No, you can't blame
Shut
that.
up. You fellas come here to plan another one of your raids, I'll bet. Well, this time you ain't raiding. You're going to jail.
Our work is done, men. After what's been discovered in there, I don't think you'll have trouble getting your property back when you return to town to claim it.
Shucks, it'll be easy to show how it was done out of it now.
And even if we couldn't, we've had the satisfaction of seeing them crooks get what's coming to them.
Thanks to you, stranger.
There are other people you want to thank more.
You mean?
I mean the friends who trusted you. The friends who let you pretend to raid their homes and steal their cattle. The townspeople could be moved to action.
We ain't forgetting.
Come, Tonto.
But hold on a second.
Yep. We may meet again.
We'd like to tell you.
Ready, Tonto?
Well, you can't go.
You ready?
Well, wait.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away! Come on, Silver, old boy! This gauge of these outlaws have been seen near Pinewood. There may be trouble. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger, Incorporated.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters with the miracle tip. King size, regular, both at the same low price. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, a transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Hey, you. Where's the marshal's office?
What do you want the marshal for?
Well, I'll tell him that. Where's his office?
I'm leaning on it.
Oh.
It ain't no use you're going in there.
What?
Marshal Dillon ain't around.
Well, where is he?
He won't be back for 2-3 hours.
Oh, I can't wait that long.
Well, I work for him. My name's Chester Proudfoot.
Oh, yeah, I heard of you.
You have?
I didn't know who you were. I don't get to Dodge but seldom. My name's Sam Rickers, Chester. Got me a homestead I'm proving up a few miles west of here on the Arkansas. See?
You got trouble of some kind, Sam?
Oh, no, not me. But I want to show you something. That's my wagon standing over there, the one with a woman sitting on it.
Your wife?
Yeah. Now, come on over. I'll show you. Come on.
What do you want to show me?
You're going to be real surprised, Chester.
I am?
Everybody is, except them that knows me, of course. Here we are. Hey, lady, don't sit there like you was dead. Look around.
That ain't Marshal Dillon, Sam.
The marshal ain't here, but this is Chester. He works for him.
I do, ma'am.
Howdy.
Chester can take care of everything. Can't you, Chester?
Well, if you'll tell me what it is, maybe I can.
Oh, well, you're going to be real surprised.
Hurry up, Sam. Get it over with. Give him his surprise. You're so pleased.
You shut up or you'll get nothing out of this.
I don't want nothing out of it.
I don't bear no mind, Chester. Come on around the back of the wagon. I'll show you. There.
Who's that?
I had to wrap him up in canvas. Here, I'll uncover him. Face it. There. Take a look at that.
My goodness, where'd you get him?
He rode into my place last night, about supper time. He didn't figure on finding a fellow like me there, I guess.
Say, you must be a whirlwind to shoot a man like him.
Oh, no, it was part luck, I guess. But I didn't haul him in here for nothing, Chester.
Yeah, I know. But Mr. Dillon will have to take care of all that, Sam. It'll be a little while before you get anything.
As long as I know it's coming.
Oh, sure, you'll get it. But right now, you can help me carry him up to Doc so he can do an autopsy.
It'll be a pleasure.
Mr. Dillon?
I found your note downstairs, Chester, so I came straight up. Where's Doc?
He's out back finishing up. Hey, Doc! Mr. Dillon's here.
What's this all about, Chester? Who killed Bob Hulbert?
Sam Rickers killed him.
Sam Rickers, the homesteader?
Yes, sir. That's what he said he was.
Well, I don't know Rickers well, but he sure never seemed the kind of a man who'd take on an outlaw like Bob Hulbert.
$1,000 reward might have bravened him up.
Yeah.
Oh, hello, Matt.
Oh, Doc.
Well, you've got a good bad man there. You can take him out to Boot Hill and plant him anytime you like, Matt.
That's not much of an autopsy report, Doc.
What's there to report? Hulbert was wanted, dead or alive. So. How he got shot doesn't matter.
How did he get shot?
Twice in the chest. Once in the back.
In the back?
Well, I can't tell you which was first, Matt, but get him buried, will you? I don't want him around here all day.
I haven't seen him yet, Doc.
Do you know Bob Hulbert, Matt?
Yeah, some years ago. This is his first time around here, though.
Last time, too. I guess Dodge was too tough for him.
That might be like saying Ford's Theater was too tough for Mr. Lincoln, Doc.
If he was shot in the back first, you mean? Well, there he is. What's the matter, Matt?
Sam Rickers isn't going to collect $1,000 reward for this.
What?
He might hang for it, though. I don't know who he murdered here, but it sure isn't Bob Hulbert.
Never has a cigarette received such an enthusiastic welcome or won such a smashing success in so little time as L&M filters.
Why are L&M sales soaring higher every day?
Because it's the filter that counts. And no filter compares with L&M's Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
No wonder you get much more flavor, much less nicotine. A light and mild smoke from L&M.
Join the trend to L&M. Like thousands, you'll say,
"This is it, L&M filters. This is it,
light and mild.
Much more flavor, L&M filters. Much less nicotine, light and mild."
L&M, king size or regular, both at the same low price.
Look at that place, Mr. Dillon. You'd think Ricker could prove it up better than that.
Sam Ricker isn't the most enterprising man I ever met, Chester. Not till lately, anyway.
It's sure a funny way to murder somebody, ain't it?
Now, we better leave our horses here.
All right. There they are. They must have seen us coming.
Yeah.
Hello, Chester. Marshal Dillon.
Hello, Sam. Miss Ricker, ma'am.
Howdy.
Say hello to the marshal, Letty.
How do, Marshal?
How do you do, Miss Ricker?
I like to be called Letty, Marshal. Mrs. makes me feel kind of old.
Why, sure.
Stop trying to fool people, Letty. You know how old she is, Marshal?
Don't, Sam, please.
Sam, I came out to talk to you about that man you brought into Dodge this morning.
That man? Well, that's the most valuable man I ever run into, Marshal. Well, out of him, I'm going to build me a new house, buy me some hogs and cows, and I don't know what all. I've been telling Letty about all the things I'm going to do with that reward money.
I wish you wouldn't take it, Sam.
What?
I just don't want any part of it.
All right, stop that.
You interfering with a man and his wife, Marshal?
If I have to, I am. But you're not going to get any reward money, Sam.
What do you mean?
That wasn't Bob Hulbert you killed.
What?
I don't know who it was, but it wasn't Hulbert.
What are you talking about? I knowed him as soon as he rode in here.
How did you know him? Where did you ever see Bob Hulbert?
Well, I seen his picture last week on one of them wanted cards down at the post office.
Hey, by golly, that's right, Mr. Dillon. I plumb forgot. Them posters come in last week, and I nailed a couple of them up here and there.
I saw his picture, too, Marshal. I recognized him right off.
Well, the man Sam killed looked a little like Hulbert, I'll admit that. But it wasn't him.
Sam.
Shut up, Letty.
But that makes it murder, Sam.
No, it don't. It was a mistake. Marshal said he looked like Hulbert's picture. It wasn't my fault.
Tell me what happened, Sam.
I didn't murder nobody. It was a mistake.
You want to tell me about it, Letty?
No. I'll tell you. It was like this. We seen him coming. It was about supper time. And when he got close, we both recognized him. So I went outside and, well, I told him to keep riding. We don't want no outlaws around here. And then he started to pull out his gun. I shot him. That's how it happened. Ain't it, Letty? Ain't it?
That's right, Marshal. That's what happened.
There's one thing you didn't tell me, Sam.
What?
How come he got a bullet in the back?
Oh, well, he fell off his horse, and he was rolling around, and I shot him again. Must have hit him back, I guess. You saw it, Letty.
I saw it.
Letty, if Sam went on trial, would you swear to all this in court?
Yeah, I'd swear to it, Marshal.
You were the only witness to this?
It's the truth, Marshal. Self-defense. Why should I be lying?
I don't know, Sam. I'd just like to know who the man was that you shot.
Well, he was some kind of outlaw. Drawing on me like that?
Maybe, but you were taking quite a chance bucking a man you thought was Bob Hulbert, weren't you?
I ain't afraid of no man, Marshal. No man at all.
Uh-huh. Well, don't ride it too hard, Sam. It might throw you someday. So long.
Drink your beer, Matt.
No thanks, Kitty. I don't think I want it after all.
You're going to have to pay for it just the same.
Okay. You know, there must be something wrong with me, Kitty.
Yeah, there sure is. I wish I knew what it was.
Well, I can tell you what it is tonight.
I know. Sam Rickard.
Yeah. You know, there's sure something wrong with that story of his.
Yeah, there's something wrong with that wife of his, too. Putting up with him.
Oh, she's afraid of him.
I'd take an axe to him if it were mine.
You Marshal Dillon?
Yeah, that's right.
My name's Catlin, Marshal, from San Antone.
Oh, what can I do for you, Catlin?
You can explain this to me, that's what.
Map. That's Bob Hulbert's wanted poster.
I don't know nothing about no Hulbert, but that's my partner's picture you got on there. $1,000, dead or alive. Now, what's this all about, Marshal?
Well, maybe you can tell me, Catlin.
Tell you nothing. I got off the train here this afternoon. First thing I see is a wanted picture of Jake Haney with somebody else's name under it.
Jake Haney, huh?
Been my partner for 10 years. He ain't no outlaw. Never been in Kansas in his whole life before. Where is he, anyway? He was supposed to meet me here. You got him in jail or something?
Jake Haney's dead, Catlin.
Dead?
That's not Haney's picture there. That's Bob Hulbert, like it says. Your partner looks some like him, and, well, he got shot.
Who'd shoot Jake Haney? He never had trouble with nobody. Carried a gun, sure, but I always done the fighting for us. I don't believe it, Marshal.
I'm sorry, Catlin, but it's true. We buried him out on Boot Hill yesterday.
Who killed him, Marshal?
He was killed by mistake, Catlin.
Nobody's killed by mistake. Now, who killed him? Wait a minute. You did.
It doesn't matter who did.
I'll find out. I'll get the man that done it. You or whoever.
It was a mistake, Catlin. Your partner and Hulbert looked enough alike to fool you, didn't they?
You gonna tell me who did it, Marshal?
No.
And I'll find out myself. Jake Haney was as honest and decent a man as I ever knew. He ain't gonna die like this, for nothing. I'm gonna kill the man that did it.
You kill anybody here and you'll hang for it, Catlin.
Not me. And if I have to kill you too, Marshal.
Don't try it.
I'll see you later.
Sam Ricker won't stand a chance against him, Matt.
I better send Chester out to warn him. He can come hide in the jail if he likes.
He'll like it if he's smart.
Yeah. Oh, Kitty, Doc and I are going to have supper together tonight. Won't you join us?
I gotta eat sometime.
I'll go find Chester, then I'll come back for you.
Okay, Matt.
Morning, Mr. Dillon.
What did you do, Chester? Spend the night out at the Rickers?
Yes, sir. I sure did.
That's a pretty small place. Where did they sleep you?
Oh, there was lots of room, Mr. Dillon. Plenty of it.
Now, what do you mean?
I was all alone. I never did see neither Sam nor Letty.
Well, they've gone?
It looks like it. But I sure don't know why. Like you said last night, that fella Jake Haney was never around here before, so Sam couldn't have had no reason for wanting to kill him.
Yeah, but Sam had some reason for running off.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Matt. Morning, Chester.
Oh, Doc.
I thought you were going out of the Bowers place today, Doc.
I was, Matt, but Bowers sent one of his men in to say they didn't need me after all.
I thought a cowboy busted a leg out there.
That's what they said yesterday.
Must be a pretty tough man. Bust a leg and don't want no doctor?
Tough or stingy, one. You know, I charge $20 for a trip like that.
That's a month's wages for a cowboy, Doc.
So to save $20, he'll probably put a mud cast on it and have a crooked leg the rest of his life.
If he brings his $20 into town and runs it up to $1,000 at Faro, he won't care if he has a crooked leg, Doc.
Chester, you trying to ruin my practice?
Oh, I was only kidding, Doc. He'd never run it up to $1,000.
Yeah, but I accept your apology. Well, if that's what it was. Say, Matt, I was talking to Sam Rickers after I left you last night.
Sam Rickers, here in Dodge?
He was over at the hotel with his wife. Why?
No wonder I never got to see him.
Or did they spend the night in town?
What's wrong with that?
Why, nothing.
Huh? Oh, well, I told them all about Catlin. Everything you told me, Matt. I figured somebody ought to warn Sam, seeing as how Catlin's staying right there at the hotel, too. That was all right, wasn't it?
That's okay as long as Catlin doesn't know about Sam.
Well, there's no way he can know. Kitty won't talk, and the three of us here sure won't.
Now, he's safe if he keeps his mouth shut. But, I better go talk to him.
L&M filters are sweeping the country.
L&M, the filter tip cigarette everyone's talking about, everyone's changing to.
For example, Maurice Evans told us, my doctor suggested L&M filters. I recommend them to you as the best.
Patricia Morrison wrote, I'm so glad I changed to L&M filters, because here's a filter cigarette that really tastes the way a cigarette should.
And John Robert Powers says, I'm convinced L&M's Miracle Tip is the ultimate of filters.
Yes, L&M filters are truly sweeping the country, breaking more sales records every day.
The reason? It's the filter that counts. And no filter compares with L&M's Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness. You get much more flavor, much less nicotine. Our statement of quality goes unchallenged. L&M is America's highest quality and best filter tip cigarette.
This is it, L&M filters. This is it, something new. Now 2 sizes, L&M filters. New king size and regular too. This is it, L&M filters. L&M filters with the miracle tip.
Join the trend to L&M.
King size or regular, both at the same low price.
money Mr. Dobie makes, you'd think he could paint his hotel once in a while, wouldn't you?
Well, if you stay inside, I guess it doesn't matter, Chester.
Marshal, I was just coming for you.
Now, what's the trouble, Mr. Dobie?
There's been a shooting, Marshal, right here in my hotel. Now, that's got to stop, I tell you. I won't put up with
Never mind that. What happened?
Well, I don't know, Marshal. Heard a couple of shots upstairs, ran up, found Sam Rickers there in the hall. Now, I don't know what happened, but I've kept everybody from going up there.
Come on,
because I
Chester.
don't want them messing around here.
Well, there's Sam. He ain't shot.
What happened, Sam? Dobie said there'd been a shooting.
Yeah, there's been a shooting, Marshal. Look, in this room here.
That's Catlin, Mr. Dillon.
Who killed him, Sam?
I did.
You did?
I had to, Marshal.
Well, tell me what happened.
Well, you see, Doc told me Catlin was looking for who shot his partner, so I got to thinking, and I figured the only way out was to talk up to him, tell him how I made a mistake. Don't you think that was right?
That doesn't explain killing him.
I better get Letty out here. She saw it. Letty, come on out here. She can tell you.
What do you want, Sam? Oh, the marshal.
Come out here, I said.
I don't want to talk, Sam.
You'll talk when I tell you to. You saw what happened, and I'm going to explain it to the marshal.
Well, go ahead.
Okay. Like I was saying, Marshal, I wanted to talk to Catlin, so I found out which room he was in, and I went, knocked on the door, and he opened it, and then when I told him who I was, before I could say anything else, he grabbed for his gun. I had to shoot him, Marshal. It was self-defense.
Catlin's gun's laying on the floor in there, Mr. Dillon. He had it out, all right.
You saw it, Letty. Is that what happened?
I saw it.
Tell him, Letty.
I don't want to talk.
Tell him what you saw.
Please, Sam. I feel kind of sick.
No, stop it, Sam.
Please don't. No.
I told you once.
You've hurt him, Marshal.
I knocked him out. He's not hurt. Sam's no good, Letty. Now, why don't you stand up for him? You afraid of him?
He's my husband.
No woman needs a husband like that.
I married him.
Maybe he was different then. But the way he is now, he doesn't deserve a wife. Now, he's no good, Letty, and you know it. And you're going along with him makes you as bad as he is.
No. No, don't say that, Marshal. I'm not. I'm not like Sam.
If you lie for him, you're just like him.
No.
Now, tell me what happened. Did you see it?
I saw it.
Was it like Sam said?
No.
All right, then tell me.
I can't stand it, Marshal. I can't stand it no more. Sam's a murderer. I hate him. I won't tell no more lies for him.
I'll go on. He won't hurt you again.
That first man, Marshal. We thought he was that outlaw. He looked like him. So Sam went in and got his gun and sneaked around the house while I was talking to him. He shot him in the back. Like killing a hog. Then he turned him over and shot him twice more in the front. Makes me sick, Marshal.
What about Catlin? Sam killed him the same way?
Of course he did. I tried to stop him, but he had his gun out when he knocked on Catlin's door, and then he shot him just as soon as he opened it. And then he took Catlin's gun and threw it on the floor. I watched him, Marshal.
Marshal, she's lying. Don't listen to her, Marshal. She's a lying woman.
I'm not lying. I saw you shoot both those men like killing hogs.
Wait till I get you alone, Letty. Talking about your husband that way, I'll bust you good.
You won't get her alone, Sam. You're under arrest.
I don't care if you are my husband, Sam. You're a coward. You're a terrible coward.
I ain't. No, I ain't. I killed him, didn't I? I killed 2 men.
Give me your gun, Sam.
No. You ain't taking my gun. I ain't a coward.
Give it to me.
No.
He tried to draw on you, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Come on, Letty. I'll take you back to your room.
He's dead. Sam's dead.
I couldn't let him shoot me, Letty.
I told the truth like you said, Marshal. And it made me hate him. Talking about him, it made me hate him worse than I ever did.
I'm sorry I had to make you do it.
I ain't even gonna bury him, Marshal. You do it.
Yeah. Sure.
I'm going out and I'm gonna burn down the place. And then I'm leaving here. For good. I'm going now.
Goodbye, Letty.
It ain't your fault, Mr. Dillon. You couldn't have handled it no other way.
No, I couldn't, Chester.
But it is too bad you had to make poor Miss Rickard tell on her own husband.
Yeah. But sometimes I wish it was somebody else's job to make people do things like that.
And now our star, William Conrad.
If you smoke filtered cigarettes, I want to recommend the one that's been the most successful and has come farthest in the least amount of time. That's L&M. You'll like L&M's Miracle Tip best of any filter. You'll like the light and mild smoke and the swell taste you get from L&M. L&M's come king size or regular, both at the same low price. Enjoy them today.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
one can change what's happened in the past. But maybe I can do something to make up for it. To help you get a new start.
Have Gun. Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel. Headquarters of the man called Paladin.
Good evening, Mr. Paladin.
Ooh, hey, boy, you're all dressed up. Well, that's right. This is your night off. Where are you going?
Oh, Mr. Paladin, big party.
Oh?
Celestial Dragon Society Clubhouse.
Yeah, sounds like fun.
Oh, Esau, you know about mortgage on Celestial Dragon Society Clubhouse?
Uh-huh.
Well, we don't have money to pay off mortgage, so hey, boy, get fine idea.
What was that?
Hey, boy, figure, everybody in society buy ticket on big Chinese lottery. Somebody sure to win, and then they give money for mortgage.
That's a great idea, if it works.
Oh, I drew a lottery yesterday.
Well, what do you know? So now you're celebrating with a mortgage burning party, huh?
No, not exactly.
No?
Nobody win.
Ah, that's too bad. Well, that figures.
Everybody's sad. They sit around clubhouse, tear up lottery tickets, make big pile of papers on floor.
Really disappointed. Huh?
Oh, yes, Lee Kong say, look what we have for hey, boys, big idea. Nothing but pile of confetti.
Yes, but I don't understand then what it is you're celebrating.
Oh, you can't let confetti go to waste. Have big party. You like to come to party, Mr. Paladin?
Well, I'd love to, hey, boy, but I'm leaving in an hour for Phoenix in Arizona Territory. But have a good time.
Oh, yes, sir. You have good time, too.
In the air. On the sea. On the highway. The man in command must be awake and alert. And No-Dose Stay Awake tablets help you stay in command when you slide behind the wheel of your car and move more than a ton of automobile into highway traffic. You see, monotonous driving can make you drowsy no matter how much sleep you get. And driving and dozing just don't mix. But millions of times a year, safe No-Dose helps keep drivers awake and alert. How does No-Dose do it? Ask your doctor. He'll tell you that No-Dose contains a safe and accurate amount of caffeine, the same refreshing stimulant you get in your coffee or tea. But safe No-Dose acts faster, is handier, and more reliable. Best of all, it is not habit-forming. Yes, No-Dose is so safe, it is legally sold on a national basis without a prescription. Get No-Dose Stay Awake tablets today. It could save your life.
I rode out of the desert into a narrow canyon that trapped a steaming, muggy heat. A sure sign of recent flash floods. So when I finally looked down on the Gila Valley, I wasn't surprised to see the river swollen and churning with the swift current. All the way from Yuma, I had seen fresh wagon tracks, and now I saw the wagon itself at the river banks, attempting to make a crossing. It was a spring wagon, loaded with household goods. Man and woman rode the seat. The driver whipped the horse into the stream, and the current boiled up around its belly, and then suddenly the wagon swayed and lifted, and the end swung downward with the pull of the water, and then it overturned. And by the time I was able to reach them, the angry water was forcing the struggling woman downstream. Here. Listen. Keep that horse's head up. I'll get the lading.
Tricia.
She didn't get much water, but there's a nasty crack on the head from one of the boulders.
Tricia. Now, why doesn't she speak to me? What are we going to do?
I'm afraid it's concussion. We'll have to get her to a doctor, the nearest town.
I couldn't save the horse.
We'll have to see what we can do about getting the wagon out of there before it's damaged too much. My horse can pull it.
We were on our way to Phoenix.
I was, too, but with those flash floods, I'll lay odds that road is out.
All our belongings, everything we owned, gone, floating down the Gila River. That's how it is with me. Nothing goes the way it ought to.
Come on. Let's see what we can do about that wagon.
There's sure a lot of people in this little town.
That means my guess was right. The main road to Phoenix was washed out.
And where do you suppose we'll find a doctor?
Well, yeah, there's the sheriff's office. We'll pull up there and ask him. Who now? Well,
that must be the sheriff that... Oh, no.
What's the matter?
Nothing.
Sheriff.
Yeah. What can I do for you?
Well, where can we find a doctor?
Doc's place is just off Main Street at the far end of town. Hey, Adam Foley.
Hello, Heffler.
You. When you get to the far end of town, just keep on going.
What are you talking about?
I don't want Adam Foley in Gila Bend. This is my town.
Don't be a fool, Heffler.
Keep going.
Look, I don't know what this is all about, but there's an injured woman in the wagon here, and we're taking her to the doctor.
You take her to the doctor. He moves on, or I lock him up.
Now, you got no right. I squared my debts.
Not as far as I'm concerned. And I don't want you in this town.
Well, you two can talk this out later. Come on, then.
You heard me.
Oh, people, Ed Heffler.
What's eating him?
Oh, I'll explain, Paladin, but can it wait? Let's look after Tricia first.
Yeah, sure.
Why can't it be just once that something would work out right?
What'd the doc say?
Concussion, all right. He can't tell yet how serious, but she's got to lie quiet, can't be moved.
Well, I've been watching out the window here. The sheriff is standing guard by your wagon.
You might as well know, Paladin. I just got out of Yuma prison. I did 6 years. It was Heffler put me there.
What charge?
Hold up, gold shipment at Bisbee. Heffler was sheriff there then.
Well, if you've done your time, what's he sore about?
Well, he holds a personal grudge. His brother was riding guard on that shipment. He got shot, and the man who shot him got away. Heffler always figured I should have paid for that shooting. He didn't figure 6 years was enough.
Was it?
It sure was. Tricia waited for me. I've been out just a month. I lined up a job there in Phoenix. We were all set to make a fresh start. Right at the moment, I wouldn't say the prospects look too good.
No, it'll work out, Adam.
If I don't get to Phoenix, I lose my chance at the job, but I can't leave Tricia. All I got to my name is $7, the clothes I'm standing in, and that patched-up wagon. I'm sorry, Paladin. I hate to sound like a sorehead.
I understand.
The thing is, I'm not sure how to handle this. When Heffler said move on, that's exactly what he meant.
Look, if you've done your time, he's got no right.
I know how he runs a town. He says my town, and that's it.
Yeah, well, I'll go out and talk to him. You wait here for a while and then go out the back way. I'll get a room at the hotel and meet you there.
Now, there's no reason for you to get involved.
I think you could use a hand.
Thanks. I'll level with you, Paladin. I've spent a good deal of my life on the wrong side of the law, but I made a promise to Tricia, and I aim to keep it.
Look, Paladin, I know this man. You don't. He's no good.
Apparently that stretch was a tough lesson for him, and he's trying to make a new start.
They never change. He's a crook, and he'll always be a crook, and I don't want him in my town.
But he can't leave his wife. Her injury may be very serious.
Maybe that's why you can't leave.
What do you mean?
You notice the activity in town?
Yeah?
Since the washout on the main road, all traffic's been diverted through here, including the gold shipment.
So?
The way this town is situated, it might seem like easy pickings to some of the boys. But I'm way ahead of them.
Oh, now, you surely don't think that Foley isn't. Like, it was only by accident that he came this way.
Maybe it was.
No. You're a suspicious man, Heffler.
In my business, you learn to be. Just a while ago, a fellow they called Shorty Smith come into town. Why? Does he like the climate?
Who's Shorty Smith?
Hold-up man. Just got out of Yuma prison. He done his time alongside Adam Foley.
Sheriff, will you allow me to be responsible for Foley while he's in town, until his wife can be moved?
That's a real nice thought, but the law don't work that way, Paladin.
All right. Will you deputize me? Make me legally responsible.
Could be that'd be a good idea. Let you find out how things look from behind the badge. Come on over to the office.
Well, I appreciate your confidence in me. Coming from a suspicious man like you, quite a compliment.
You're no stranger to me, Paladin. You've built yourself quite a reputation. I'm anxious to see just how far those sentimental notions of years ago and that reputation's at stake.
Hello, Adam.
Paladin?
Let's go have a beer, huh?
Hey, wait a minute. What's that?
Oh, that's a deputy sheriff badge.
I don't get it.
Well, it's a pretty roundabout way to take care of it, but now you can stay with your wife.
Well, I still don't get it.
Sheriff Heffler is a very suspicious man. He doesn't trust you, and it's my legal responsibility now to see that you don't get out of line.
You took on quite a lot there, didn't you?
I don't think so.
Thanks.
There's just one thing, though. I hope you won't mind.
What's that?
I have to take your gun.
Why?
Heffler's orders. While you're in town.
Oh, I do mind.
Come on, Adam.
All right. Here.
Thanks.
What does Heffler figure I might be up to?
He's got an idea plans are being made to waylay gold shipments coming through here.
He does,
Well,
huh?
like I say, he's a very suspicious man. Come on. Let's go have a beer and some lunch.
I'm sorry, Paladin, I can't right now. I have to see a fellow. A friend of mine happens to be in town, a fellow I used to know.
Shorty Smith?
How did you know? How did you happen to jump on that name?
I'm not sure. Maybe it's wearing a badge.
Paladin, I've been looking for you.
Hey, hello, Sheriff. Have a drink.
No, thanks. You understand, Paladin, wearing that badge isn't just a game. It's a job. A responsibility goes with it.
I realize that.
I just want to let you know that it's going to be time to go to work pretty soon.
Yeah?
I had word that a $30,000 Wells Fargo shipment is coming through here.
You think it won't come through safe?
2 wanted outlaws were seen headed this way. With Adam Foley and Shorty Smith in town, it only seemed sensible to be prepared.
All right, what do we do?
The stage will come over the pass just about daybreak. We'll meet it and escort it through town. I'll meet you at the livery. We'll ride out together.
All right, Sheriff.
Where's Foley?
Well, after supper, he went down to the dock to see his wife. Well, I guess now he's up in his room.
Don't forget, he's your responsibility.
I won't forget. I'll see you at the livery before daybreak.
Yes?
Doctor, I'm sorry to bother you this late at night.
Oh, Mr. Paladin, come in.
Thank you. I'm looking for Adam Foley. Is he here with his wife?
No, Mr. Foley isn't here. He was here earlier, and I had to tell him the grave news.
Grave news? What's that?
That his wife needs surgery. It's urgent.
Surgery?
Brain surgery. There's only one man I know that I'd recommend to do the job. Bascom in St. Louis. He comes pretty high, but he's a good man.
How did Foley take the news, Doctor?
Well, it was a shock, of course, but he told me to go ahead and make the necessary arrangements.
He did?
Yeah, said he'd be prepared to take care of things from this end.
I see. Thank you, Doctor.
Mother, I'll never finish these curtains.
Couldn't I finish them home on my machine?
Would you? With the headaches and muscular aches and pains I've had lately, I don't do half I should.
Nobody feels very ambitious with those discomforts. Better do something to get relief.
But how?
I'd try Doan's pills.
Right. Doan's pills are an analgesic and mild diuretic to the kidneys. Nagging backache, also headache, dizziness, and muscular aches and pains may come on with overexertion, emotional upsets, or everyday stress and strain. Doan's pain-relieving action is often the answer, and they also offer mild diuretic action through the kidneys. So if nagging backache is making you feel worn out, tired, and miserable, with restless, sleepless nights, don't wait. Try Doan's pills, used successfully by millions for over 60 years. See if they don't bring you the same welcome relief. Get Doan's pills today. To save money, buy Doan's big economy size.
Sheriff?
Oh, Paladin. Didn't expect to see you before morning.
I know. I saw you here in the office, so I figured maybe I'd better come in and talk to you. And maybe, eat a little crow.
Yeah?
You reminded me this evening that wearing the badge isn't a game. Well, I realize that, of course, but I'm afraid I did feel it was just a way around the situation.
Sit down.
Yeah.
What are you getting at, Paladin?
I was sure you were wrong about Foley. I felt you were unnecessarily suspicious, that your attitude toward him was a personal one.
Nothing personal about it. My job is to be on the alert for lawbreakers. But what's on your mind exactly?
Just this. I'm convinced that Foley came out of prison intending to go straight, but once a man's been on the wrong side of the law, it's easy to go that way again. He plotted out an idealistic, honest life for himself. Everything went wrong. But still, he'd made a promise to his wife.
Yeah?
And now, in order to save her life, he needs money. Lots of money. Fast. And I don't think he's going to care how he gets it.
He was seen with Shorty Smith tonight.
Well, I've just come from my room at the hotel. It had been broken into. His gun was missing.
And I guess there isn't much question about his plans.
I hate to admit it. I'm afraid you're right. But I still say he was driven to it.
Now, Paladin, you make me sick. Look at all the people in the world dogged by hard luck who aren't driven to crime by it.
You're right again,
Huffler. Well, come on. We got work to do. I suppose he's got your horse.
Matter of fact, he has. The livery stableman didn't know it was mine. It was pulling his wagon.
You're a real credit to that badge, Paladin. All right, Paladin, I think we can pull up here.
You think they'll try it on this pass?
About the only spot where they'd have a chance to make a getaway. But from here, we can watch the road from the grade clear on through.
Yep, there it is.
Don't be afraid to pull that rifle when I give the word.
Hey, Heffler, look.
Huh?
The men climbing up the slope.
Where?
Way, way back, you see?
Yeah.
Hey, Sheriff, that isn't Foley.
No, it must be those wanted men I was telling you about. If they make a try from there, we'll have to move in on them. It's out of range of these rifles.
Oh, they are. The coach is rounding that curve any minute, and they're getting ready to jump it.
Come on.
No, wait a minute. Look, from behind that rock. 2 other men.
Yeah. Well, what do you know?
And one of those men is Foley.
It's Shorty Smith with him. I recognize Shorty. They got the drop on those hold-up men.
You know, Sheriff, looks like they're doing our job for us.
Yeah, and they sure fooled me.
Did you say there was a reward for those wanted men?
Yeah, it sure is. It looks like Foley and Smith have earned it.
Yeah, Paladin. Shorty and I talked this over when I ran into him here in town. Well, he'd heard about the job that was planned on that gold shipment. I'm sorry I had to take your horse without asking.
That's all right. Yeah, that reward money will come in handy, won't it?
Sure will. Take care of Tricia. You know, it seems like things might really be looking up. You know what?
What?
I can be mighty grateful to you. It means an awful lot to have somebody believe in you against all odds, like you did.
Yeah. And I can be mighty grateful to you, too, Adam.
Yeah?
For a lesson.
Well, what's that?
Don't be too ready to eat crow.
There now. Room all clean, Mr. Paladin.
Thank you, Miss Wong.
You have a good trip this time?
Oh, yes, it was a satisfying trip, but I'm glad to be home. I'm sorry I had to miss the Celestial Dragon Society party. Did you go?
Oh, yes,
Was it
sir.
a good party?
Oh, yes, sir.
What did you do? Have a lot of refreshments? Dance?
We make puzzles.
Make puzzles?
Make puzzles, yes, sir. You see, there was big pile of confetti on floor. Everybody must sit down, put teeny pieces of paper together, make lottery tickets.
I'm afraid I don't understand, Miss Wong.
Oh. Well, hey, boy, find out somebody makes mistake. Somewhere in big pile of confetti is ticket that wins Chinese lottery.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes, that was a nice party.
Oh, my.
Make lots of puzzles. Oh, Mr. Paladin, maybe you can come to party tomorrow night?
Another party?
Oh, yes, sir. Party to celebrate Celestial Dragon Society paid off mortgage on Clubhouse. Mr. Wong finds all the pieces for a ticket that wins lots of money.
Good for you, Miss Wong.
And now, here are Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy.
Bergen, when I'm old enough to drive, can I have the car?
Not unless you learn to care for it properly, Charlie.
Oh, I'm a genius with a monkey wrench. The kids in our block say if Charlie can't fix your car, there's something wrong with it.
Now, suppose you have a car.
Yeah, let's make it a Corvette. A conservative red with yellow stripes.
The color is not important. But if it's any GM car or truck, you should take it to your General Motors dealer for service.
Oh, sure, I know.
Oh? And what do you ask for?
A credit?
No. Guardian maintenance. Do you know what guardian maintenance means?
It's the story of my life. Like you are my guardian and I maintain you.
No, Charlie. Guardian maintenance is expert service performed by GM-trained servicemen who have the proper tools and the factory-approved parts to do the job right. And it's available to owners of Chevrolet cars and trucks, Pontiacs, Oldsmobiles, Buicks, Cadillacs, and GMC trucks.
And red Corvettes with yellow stripes.
Have Gun, Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rowe, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Frank Paris and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hayboy and Virginia Gregg as Miss Wong. Tonight's story was specially written for Have Gun, Will Travel by Ann Dowd. Featured in the cast were Barney Phillips, Ralph Moody, and Vic Perrin. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents Have Gun, Will Travel.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, presents
Wild Bill Hickok! Hey, you folks, hold on to your hats and pass those Kellogg's sugar corn pops. Because here comes Guy Madison as Wild Bill Hickok and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We've got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from that great new cereal with the sweetening already on it, Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops!
Today, Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops brings you Wild Bill Hickok, transcribed in Hollywood and starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. In just 30 seconds, you'll hear the exciting story of the Rawhide Whip. How many here have tasted Kellogg's delicious sugar corn pops? Oh, boy, I bet about everybody has. 'Cause kids love pops, moms love pops, and pops love pops. New Kellogg's sugar corn pops are sweeter and crisper than ever before. And that means you're going to like them all the more. Yes, sirree, by the handful, crisp and crunchy right out of the box, or with milk out of the bowl at mealtime. No sugars needed. Kellogg's sugar corn pops are already sweetened for you. Just right. Now, let's listen. Early in the fabulous career of United States Marshal Wild Bill Hickok came the metal testing adventures which made him the greatest gunfighter in the history of the great Southwest. One of these adventures started the day Wild Bill and his deputy Jingles were called to the office of the Overland Stage Company in St. Joseph, Missouri, and wound up in the ominous crack of the Rawhide Whip.
I tell you, Hickok, I'd just about given up when I thought of calling you in on this.
Bill's your last chance, huh?
That's right, Jingles. If you and Bill can't find out what's going on at the Raccoon stagecoach station and clear it up, we may lose that leg of our lines.
I understand that you've been having holdups on the run to Santa Fe.
Yes, both from Leavenworth and from Denver. And I can't keep drivers on for more than 2 or 3 weeks.
Oh, Bill's a good stage driver, Mr. Yount, the best.
Jingles?
Oh, quiet, huh?
Jingles may have an idea there, if you're agreeable.
You mean for you to drive the stage? Why, excellent. I'll make you manager of the station, too.
No, that wouldn't be such a good move.
Well, then go out as a driver or anything you say. Jingles can work at the station if you want him to.
Me? Doing what?
You'll handle the horses and supplies and the hay.
Hay? You mean I gotta go back to pitching hay? Now, Bill, that ain't fair. I want to ride shotgun with you if you're going to be driving the stage.
Not for the time being, partner. The Overland Stage Company's got big trouble out there, and that means we've got to be in 2 places at once.
Then it's settled. You report to Red Moran at the Raccoon station just as soon as you can get there. Red's a tough enough gent, but I doubt if he'll give you any trouble, Bill.
Reckon this is the place, Bill. There's 2 oil lamps burning out in front of it.
Yep, Jingles. This looks like the end of the trail. Ooh,
Oh, Joker. Oh, boy, am I glad to get out of that saddle. Hey, watch where you're shooting.
You can just climb back in them saddles. For the next shot will be aimed right for your vest buttons.
I ain't wearing no vest.
Go on, get out of here. Ain't got much tether left for strangers around this station.
Now, hold on, mister. It might be a good idea to ask our business before you go jumping on a cat's back.
I ain't asking nothing.
Then we're going to tell you just the same.
Let me tell him, Jingles.
Oh, all right, but I'd like to tell him with a punch in the nose.
You ain't man enough, big boy.
I said hold it. Are you Red Moran, mister?
What if I am?
If you are, then you're the man we were sent to see.
But we didn't have no warning that you were a 10-toed Gila monster with the gout.
Who sent you?
A gent over across the mountain said you needed a driver and a hostler.
So you come looking for the job, eh?
If you can use us.
You ever drive a 6-up?
Enough. My partner's mighty handy with horses.
Well, come on in where I can get a look at you in the light. You can tie up your horses right there for now.
Well, here we are. Just turn that lamp up a little and have a good look for yourself.
Yeah. Hey, what is this?
Huh?
What are you trying to pull on me? I know who you two Jaspers are.
Well, that's going to make it easier all around.
How do you figure?
Well, just listen a minute and Bill will tell you all about it.
All right, I'm listening. Who sent you out here?
Mr. Yount.
The boss of Overland Stage?
That's right. He said you'd been having trouble keeping drivers.
And he said you've been having a lot of holdups, too.
Yeah, that's right. Did he say anything else?
That was about all. He figured we might be able to run down some of the trouble if we went to work for you.
So now I'm going to have Wild Bill Hickok driving stage for me, huh?
That's the idea. And Jingles will stay here at the station to handle the horses and supplies and keep his eyes open.
Yeah. And I'm real wide awake.
Now, ain't that just dandy? Snoopers hanging around a stagecoach station. I keep wondering what those mealy-mouthed cottontails at the head office will think up next.
Say, when Wild Bill Hickok flashes that marshal's badge of his, it sure makes those outlaws sit up and take notice, doesn't it, Wranglers? How'd you like to do that? Flash a real Wild Bill Marshal's badge. You would? Then just you listen, 'cause Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops are fixing to see that you can have one. Big six-pointer star, polished chrome finish, heavy as a nugget. And there's a picture of Wild Bill and Jingles right in the center. And around the edge, engraved real deep and set off with black enamel, it reads, Marshal Wild Bill Hickok. Your own official marshal's identification card and certificate comes right with it. And if that wasn't enough, you get a mighty fancy badge-carrying case of simulated brown leather. Now, on the cover, there's Wild Bill Hickok's official insignia. No two ways about it, you'll be the talk of the ranch with this Wild Bill Hickok Marshal's badge. Easy to get, too. Just send 25 cents and a box top from those good-eating Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops to Kellogg's, Box 306, Battle Creek, Michigan. Got that? 25 cents and one Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops box top to Kellogg's, Box 306, Battle Creek, Michigan. Get yours in the mail today. This offer's good only in those areas permitting such offers.
Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles arrived at the Raccoon Stagecoach Station of the Overland Stage Lines to find a hostile manager named Red Moran. Grudgingly, he agreed to Bill's driving stage and Jingles working around the station as stock tender. The next morning, Bill climbed up in the driver's seat and took the reins for his first run to Santa Fe.
All right, Hickok. Keep this run on time or you ain't no use to me.
I'll hold your schedule, Moran.
Yeah, he'll hold to it better than you ever did, I'll bet.
Push them crowbaits over the Raccoon grade. Don't let them loaf. And don't forget to grease up the coach at the next station. Dope them wheels good or you'll get a hot box. Get that baggage loaded, Roxy. What's taking you so long?
Keep your eyes open, Jingles.
Oh, don't worry, Bill. I'll throw and hog-tie the first road agent that shows his nose around here and nothing flat.
No, that's just what I don't want you to do.
But, Bill...
Just keep your eyes open and let me know who comes and goes and what their business is.
Oh, I got you, Bill. They don't call me old Eagle-Eye Jingles for nothing.
Get that coach to rolling, Hickok. You can't jaw around here all day. You got Roxy Mack riding shotgun messenger with you. There'll be gold dust in that strong box on your return trip from Santa Fe. Don't lose it.
I won't. So long, Jingles.
Good luck, Bill.
All right, you cayuses. Lean into those collars. Up there. Well, Roxy, looks like we're on our way.
Yeah, sure do. I'd be dad burned if I ever thought I'd be riding shotgun to Wild Bill Hickok. Why, it's a downright treat.
It's a pleasure to have you alongside, Roxy. Just hope we don't run into trouble on this run.
Yeah, I reckon we left most of our trouble right back there at the Raccoon Station. Facing owl hoots is a downright treat when it means getting away from that bulldozing Red Moran.
Yeah, now doggone it, Joker, you get away from that stack of hay. You founder yourself. Ain't no creek to stand in for 20 miles.
Hey, what's slowing you down, Jingles? You gotta have that next hitch ready to roll in less than an hour.
They'll be ready, Moran, and you don't need to go yelling at me. I ain't deaf.
Well, now, ain't you sensitive?
No, I ain't, but it don't hurt to be civil to folks. Hey, who's that mean-looking Jasper riding up here?
Huh? Oh, that feather-headed fool. I don't know. I'll go see. And don't be asking so many questions. Bear down on what you're doing.
Now, there you go again, and I don't like it.
What are you doing here, Puda? I thought I darn well made it plain you were to stay away from here.
You talk big other people, no talk big to Puda. If do my knife stop your talk for good.
You ain't got no idea what's been going on here.
Me know. See Wild Bill Hickok drive stage to Santa Fe. See Big Bull Deputy Jingles in corral, too. No care. Me come for horses.
Oh, can't you wait?
No. But many braves leave tribe join with me. Need many horses. Then we rob stage again, like you say.
You got a bunch of renegades, eh? Wait, let me think. Yeah, that ought to fool that big dummy.
What do you think about?
Here, you tie me up and then shoot off this gun. I'll do the rest. Quick, here's a piggin string.
All right. White man think funny. Buddha save time if he just shoot Big Bull Deputy and take horses.
No, I tell you that'd ruin everything. There, that's enough. Just my hands. Now, shoot that 6-iron a couple of times and then keep me covered. When he comes running in here, let me do the talking.
You no pull trick, or I shoot you too.
Yeah, no trick. Go ahead, fire away. Hey! No, don't shoot me! Help! Ringos! Help! Help!
Hey, what's going on in here anyway?
Stop there.
You better stop, Jingles. He's got the drop on you.
Yeah, doggone it, Red. How'd you get tied up?
He tricked me. He came to steal the horses.
Why, you low-down horse thief, you ain't gonna take those horses, not unless it's over my dead body.
That good idea.
Huh? Well, now, wait a minute.
Drop guns on floor. Unbuckle belt. Pronto.
Oh, now, doggone it.
You're getting off lucky, Jingles. He's taking me with him.
Me take you?
Sure, that's what you said. You want to change your mind and let me stay here?
No. Me take you. Make you help with horses. Then maybe scalp you, send you back to Hickok for present.
Why, you low-life maverick, I'm gonna take you apart!
No, Jingles, don't!
Hey! Red, you tripped me!
Get him over the head, Puda, quick!
Yeah, get them good!
Oh.
Now, quick, untie my hands and let's get these horses and get out of here.
Here, good horse. Me take for mine.
No, you jughead, that's Hickok's horse. Leave him here.
No leave here. Take for mine.
You stubborn mule brain. Hickok can spot that horse 10 miles away.
Oh!
Well, I guess you couldn't ride him anyway. And he's gone now.
Then take this one.
That's Jingles' horse. That's just as bad.
Me take anyway. Now we go.
Yeah. And once we round up those renegades of yours, we take them to meet that stagecoach Hickok's driving. He's bringing back a strong box full of gold from Santa Fe.
Buddha's band numbers as many as fingers on hand of 6 men.
60, huh? 60 to 2. Well, them's mighty good odds. Roxy and Hickok ain't gonna have the chance of a tumbleweed and a whirlwind. Come on, let's herd these horses out and get to riding. Hey! Come on!
Aye, doggies, Wild Bill, you're a terror on the fighting end of them range. We're ahead of schedule on the return trip, and you made it to Santa Fe right on time.
Feels kind of good to be driving again, Roxy. It's been over 5 years since I drove stagecoach.
Well, it sure makes me feel good and safe to be riding with you. Nary a sign of trouble to disturb my peaceful enjoyment of the trip.
No?
Nope.
And what about that dust cloud that's been hanging about a half mile off to our left and staying right up with us?
Oh, well, huh? Dust cloud? Where? Hey, Bill, that's just the way Crowhop Judson got held up only 3 weeks ago.
How far away from Ratoon Station, Roxy?
About 5 miles.
Then here we go. Come on, you beauties. On that dirt. Run, boy, run.
Bill, we ain't never gonna make it.
Like I said, Roxy, we're gonna try. Dig in, you muscle-bound hammerheads. Lay back those ears and stretch.
Oh, now them dad-burned road agents got a rifle talking.
Let them get a little closer and start shooting back.
Yeah. You know, I got a feeling we ain't gonna have that goal long, Hickok, or our necks neither.
We get to Raccoon Station, maybe we can hold them off.
Yeah. Bill, tie down your scalp. Them's Indians. Must be over 50 of them, and they're gaining by the minute.
All right, try to slow them down.
I shot one of them's head off.
Hat? Whoever heard of an Indian wearing a hat?
Well, this one was. And look at there. He's red-headed. See one of them two out in front of the band?
Yeah. Hey, wait. That horse under the one there. That's Jingle's horse, Joker.
Joker? Well, then something must have happened at the station. Bill, if that's the case, we ain't got a chance.
Maybe not, Roxy, but I reckon we'll go down fighting. Unlimber that rifle and give it to him.
Howdy, partners. I hope you're enjoying Wild Bill's adventure like I am, with a mouth-watering box of Kellogg's new sugar corn pops. Boy, they are good. Can't be beat for flavor. And they're wonderful two ways. One way is the way I'm eating them, just like candy, right out of the box by the handful. The other way is out of the bowl with milk. You know, for breakfast. And you don't need any sugar. No, sir, 'cause Kellogg's sugar corn pops are already sweetened for you. Golden hearts of corn all popped up, crisp and crunchy. Plenty tasty. Yes, sirree, by jingo. Ask Mom to get you some sugar corn pops. Kellogg's sugar corn pops. Now, let's get happy with this humdinger of a song.
Yippee! Sugar pots.
They're sugar-coated, taste so sweet. Just pour on some milk.
Boy, they're neat.
Kellogg's sugar corn pops. Sugar pops are tops. Now sugar pops, you know, are sweet.
But cowboys know there's an extra treat.
Right out of the box, take a handful out. Pop 'em into your mouth as you run about. Kellogg's sugar corn pops. Sugar pops are tops.
Wild Bill Hickok and his shotgun messenger, Roxy Mack, were almost to the Raccoon Station on the return trip when suddenly they were attacked by the band of renegades under the leadership of Red Moran and Poodah. Bill pushed the horses to the limit, trying to outrun his attackers.
That's getting him, Bill. We emptied some saddles that go around.
Yeah, we're picking up a lead again.
Yeah, we sure are. I think I'll give him a little more to think about.
You got a good eye, Roxy.
Yeah, not bad if I do say so myself. We're still gaining, Bill, and yonder's the Raccoon Station.
Looks like our friends are giving up.
Yeah, don't seem right, but they sure are.
If I know their kind, though, they'll be back after a while loaded for bear.
Well, we might do a little loading ourselves in the meantime.
Maybe. What's got me worried is that Jasper-eyed Joker. That means something's happened to Jingles.
Well, whatever it was couldn't have been much, because there he stands waiting to meet us. Yeah, big as life and twice as mad.
And then, Bill, you figure Red Moran was pulling a trick on me.
Sounds like a Jingles from what you told me.
Why, that low-down Gila monster, they took Joker to boot.
Yeah, I saw him, too.
You did?
That's right, partner. And I'd guess it was Poodah riding him from the way you tell it.
Well, then let's go out and get him. Don't look like they're coming back here.
Now, that just might be an idea, partner.
Yeah, with three of us again 50 or more of them screaming bloodthirsty hyenas.
How many cowpokes or overland stagehands do you think you can round up, Roxy?
You mean around here?
Yeah, within riding distance.
Oh, well, let me see. There's Wilson's ranch. About 5 there. We got a crew of 7 at the Big Butte station, 11 miles east of here.
All right. Let's round them up and take after that band of renegades. 4 to 1's better odds than we had this afternoon. Good work, Roxy. This is a good bunch of men.
Yeah, I got 2 more than you figured on. Helps the odds a little teensy-weensy bit anyway.
Well, any one of these boys is worth 4 of them renegades, Bill, and you can count on it.
Bill, pull up quick. Whoa.
What do you see, Jingles? Hold up, men.
Well, what is it, Jingles?
There. Bill, just over that little hump. Do you see smoke?
I sure do, partner. It's almost dawn. Maybe that's their camp. Tracks lead this way.
I'd sure like to catch that bunch of sidewinders sleeping.
Come on, partner. We'll get up closer and look over that rise of ground.
Yeah, I sure hope I see Joker. Doggone it, I wish he'd have had as much sense as Buckshot so he'd have run away and hid for a while.
Now, hold it here. I'll take a look. Jingles, we're in luck.
Is it a camp, Bill?
Yeah. And those are the horses they stole from the company corral.
Where, Bill? Now, I gotta see.
Be careful, partner.
Hey, there's Joker, those horse-thieving coyotes.
Come on, Jingles. With that rope corral on this side of their camp, the odds are turning in our favor.
What are you gonna do, Bill?
We'll get all the boys mounted and ride in whooping and yelling and shooting.
I got it. Stampede their horses.
Yeah. And be on the lookout for Red Moran and Puda. Those 2 I'm taking back to the territorial prison.
You said it.
All right, men. This is the end of the trail. Now listen close to what I gotta say. Moran and Buddha.
There's Moran, Bill!
I'll take him.
I'm going after that maverick that hit me over the head.
After him, men! Round him up! Hold it there, Moran! Your time's
Bill, the Overland Stage Company can't thank you enough.
I'd be a little more careful about hiring managers for your stations in the future.
I certainly will. I'd never have believed Red Moran was tied in with a thing like that.
Well, it was a real natural setup for him. He knew when the gold shipments were being made, and he slipped word to that doggone Puda, and them renegades did the rest.
Well, since you cleaned that bunch out, we haven't had one report of a robbery.
Now, ain't that fine?
By the way, Bill, you wouldn't like to go back and take over the whole line in that section for me, would you?
Nope. I'm afraid Uncle Sam's got first claim on my time, Mr. Yon.
Yeah, and mine, too. Besides, you ain't gonna catch me even near a haystack no more. Besides having a backache from pitching it to the horses, all I have to do is look at a pile of hay and my nose curls right up with a big case of hay fever. Achoo!
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison, and Andy Devine.
Andy and I'll be back with you again on Friday with another Wild Bill Hickok story.
Yes, sir, folks, and it's a pip. All about Gunsmoke and trouble in the northern lumber country. We call it Wine of Us All.
Meanwhile, Andy and I hope you remember to get Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops.
Right. It's a great new cereal with the sweetening already on it.
You bet it is. Andy and I think Sugar Corn Pops are great. So long.
See you Friday.
Yes, sir, Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, has brought you another exciting story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Clayton Post, Joe Duvall, Forrest Lewis, and Jack Moyles. Our director is Paul Pierce, story by Larry Hayes, music by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production transcribed in Hollywood. Don't forget to listen Fridays, same time, same station, when Wild Bill Hickok hears the whine of a saw. Now, this is Charlie Lyon speaking for Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops, the cereal with the sweetening already on it. Kellogg's Rice Krispies, the world's only talking cereal. And Kellogg's Corn Flakes, America's favorite ready-to-eat cereal.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Joel McCrea in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles. And 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. From the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, Loggers' Larceny.
It is mid-afternoon, September 7th, 1938. Two loggers employed by the Gulf Lumber Company are marking timber near a lonely stretch of company logging road in the Piney Woods region of East Texas.
There. Cutting crew ought to be able to see that, Mark.
Yeah. Well, looks like that's the last decent stick left in this stand of timber, too.
Plenty more trees in the woods. Come on, we'll cross the creek and start working that stand up on the other side of the road there.
We're already marked an awful lot of trees today. I think my axe is heavier than yours. I could do with a breather.
Yeah, catch it on the run then. Come on. You'll get used to that axe. I told you I'd make a logger out of you. Just stick with me, kid. I'll put muscles like this on your arms. Hair on your chest, iron in your fist.
Yeah, if I live through it. Bull, I'm about done in. Oh, man, that creek sure looks good.
Yeah, don't let it fool you. Ain't fit to drink down here. Sawdust pile at the mill poisoned it.
Well, what do we do, Wade?
Sure, ain't deep enough to swim, is it? Or do you want to ride across piggyback?
Hey, Bull, look.
Huh?
Over there on the other side. Up there against that old cut-over stump.
That's the car.
Yeah, upside down, all smashed up.
Well, come on. Somebody might be hurt.
Hey, Bull, that's one of the company cars on the mill.
Yeah, I see. Sure is wrecked, ain't it?
Yeah. Hey, smell like gasoline.
Tank's busted wide open.
Sure good thing there wasn't a spark.
Uh-huh. There'd been some fire if that gas had caught. Hey, look here, kid, in the front seat.
Who is it, Bull?
It's old man Hutton. What's left of him.
It's the paymaster. Come on, we better get him out of there.
No, we can't do nothing for him. But get a load of this bank bag.
Hey, that's full of money.
Uh-huh. Payroll for the mill.
Bull, what are you doing? What are you stuffing that money in your shirt for?
Look, kid, we ain't been around here, understand?
Hey, you've got no right to that money.
Who's got a better one? Who's even going to know it's missing? Unless you shoot off your mouth.
You twisted my arm.
I'll twist your neck right off your shoulders if you let out one word.
Bull, the law.
Forget the law. Just remember you'll get the worst beating you ever had. You understand?
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, that's being smart. Here, throw this sack back in the car while I get my shirt buttoned.
There's still some money left in it.
Sure, all the coins and a few bills. No use being a hog, is there? Besides, this is going to look right. Throw it back in the car, I said.
Sure, Bull. Sure.
You got a match?
Crazy, Bull, a match with all that gasoline spilled around here?
Wait and see how crazy. Give me a match.
Okay. Here.
There's only one left in the box. That's all you got?
Yeah.
Well, we'll make her some counting. Now, get back out of the way.
frantic mill superintendent waited until evening to report the missing paymaster and money. Sheriff Stanton immediately contacted the Texas Rangers. An all-points bulletin for the apprehension of the man was sent out, and Ranger Jace Pearson was assigned to the case. He arrived at the mill with the sheriff early the next morning.
Here's the mill office, Jace.
Might as well start there. The quicker we can get a line on Hutton, the better.
Yeah. If he's making a run for it, he's already got a big lead on us.
Sure. I've been waiting for you.
Meet Ranger Pearson, Mr. Browning. Mr. Browning's the mill superintendent.
Howdy, Mr. Browning.
Pleased to meet you, Ranger.
Anything new here?
No. I'm kind of inexperienced at this sort of thing. I sure been waiting for you.
The delay's my fault. It was nearly sunup when I met the sheriff. We took time enough for breakfast and to drag the bank teller out of bed. He says your man Hutton left the bank about a half hour after closing time yesterday.
Yeah, they waited until the street doors were closed before they started making up Hutton's orders for mixed currency.
They usually work it that way at the bank on paydays. $18,000 is a lot of money to count out, you know.
Well, we not only know how much money we're looking for, but how much of each denomination. I've got Hutton's list. The bank teller gave me a copy of it.
He sure must have slipped out quiet. Not a soul in town saw him after he left the bank. No telling which direction he headed. Would you have a picture of him by any chance, Mr. Browning, to sort of amplify the description we've already sent out?
Well, there may be one among his belongings in his shack. You know, Sheriff, I still can't believe Bob absconded with that money.
$18,000 is a lot of temptation, Mr. Browning.
I know it, but Bob Hutton's been with us for years. I'd have trusted him with every asset the company owns. I just don't know what to think now.
We won't rule out any possibility. Before we go through Hutton's things, I'd like to talk to any of your crew who might have been working near the road yesterday afternoon.
Well, Foreman Bull Evans and his helper were marking a stand of timber over by Pine Creek. They're down in the drying yard this morning. The rest of the crew's out in the woods.
How do they feel about Hutton not showing up?
Quite a few of them wanted to dig up a rope and go hunting for him. But Bull Evans talked them out of that.
Let's go find this foreman of yours. He sounds like some talker. Maybe he can tell us something.
Put your shoulder to the dolly, kid. Here. Yeah, that's good. I will stack this load of sheathing beside that last bunch of 2-bys. Stand them on in and slide them in against the ridgepole there.
Okay. This green stuff's as heavy as lead.
Stack it up there straight. Want the whole blame rack to come down on top of you? What's the matter with you? You nervous?
No, I ain't nervous. Give me a hand, won't you, Bull?
Sure. There. Like I told you, keep your mouth shut and nothing will happen to you.
Okay.
Get that next stick now.
Like that?
Maybe we'll make a logger out of you yet.
Bull, look, here comes the boss and a ranger.
Yeah, and the sheriff. So what? Grab that next stick and remember what I told you about talking. Hello, boss. Sheriff, find old man Hutton on the payroll yet?
Well, this is Ranger Pearson.
Oh, howdy, Ranger.
Ranger and the sheriff want to ask you and the boys some questions.
Well, sure. Glad to help. Hey, kid, hold it a minute there, will you?
Yeah, sure.
I understand you were working somewhere near the road from town yesterday afternoon.
No, we were working a stand over on Pine Creek. Sometimes it was near the road, sometimes it wasn't.
Did you see anything of Hutton or the company car he was driving?
We didn't see any car, did we, kid?
No.
Did you hear a car going either way on the road?
Yeah, we didn't hear nothing. We didn't see nothing. I'm afraid you're barking up a wrong tree, Ranger.
How's that, Bull?
Old man Hutton wasn't crazy. He'd seen a chance at a lot of money, and he took it. He never headed back this way from town. You'll pick him up someplace long gone from here.
All right, Bull. That's all.
Yeah, come on, kid. Let's get back to work.
Wait a minute. I haven't talked to your helper yet.
Well, Bull told you. We didn't see nothing. I don't know nothing about that money.
We're looking for a man right now, son. Not the money he was carrying. Are you as convinced as Bull here that he ran off with the company payroll?
Well,
are you or aren't you?
I don't know nothing about it, I tell you.
What are you so nervous about?
Well, nothing. I just don't know nothing about it.
Look, son, maybe you don't know it, but there's a severe penalty for withholding information from the law in this state. If you do know anything about this case, anything at all, it's your duty to tell the ranger and me now.
Well,
Yeah?
Well, there's a pretty bad turn over there on Pine Creek. Mr. Hutton might have had an accident when nobody was around.
Say, that is a possibility, Ranger.
That's the worst stretch along the road. And one of those turns is a bad one.
Old Bob Hutton could drive that road backwards and blindfolded. He's been doing it for years. Besides, me and the kid come in by the road last night. There wasn't no wreck along it then.
Did you see anything, son?
No, there wasn't nothing along the road when we went by.
We came out that way this morning, Jace. Wasn't anything inside then either.
Well, the area along the creek is an old cutover. Brush has come back thick in spots. The car down in there could be completely hidden from the road.
Well, we're going to have to search every inch of the way out from town to eliminate accident as a possibility in this case anyway, Jace. This bad turn out by the creek sounds like as good a place as any to begin with.
Yeah, let's get out there and take a look. You mind showing us that cutover, Mr. Browning?
Well, not at all, Ranger. I'll get my car and you can follow me. Bull, if anything comes up here while I'm going, you take care of it for me, will you?
Oh, sure, boss. Sure, I'll take care of everything.
Hey, don't you want me to go with you?
No, thanks, son. You better stay here.
Yeah, kid, you stay here. There's going to be plenty to keep you busy.
Roadside tracks and broken brush near the bad turn on Pine Creek were so faint we nearly missed them. The car itself was completely screened from the road by brush. It was badly burned and lay upside down on an open patch of grass. The body of its driver slumped near the wheel.
It's an accident, all right, Jace.
Seems like.
Good heavens. What a way to die.
Marks indicate Hutton lost control when he left the road. Judging from the damage to the car, I think there's no question but what he was dead when the wreck caught fire.
I hope so. I told you I couldn't believe Bob Hutton would steal that money.
Looks like you were right, Mr. Browning. Here, look in this window.
Yeah. What a mess.
There's your money, what's left of it. There beside the springs of that burned seat cushion.
Oh, yeah. I see some corn rolls with the wrappers burned off.
And that fluff of ash on top of them is what's left of the paper money.
It's hard to believe it would burn that much.
It was a mighty hot fire while it lasted. Even the body metal's warped all out of shape.
Well, Jace, looks like it's back to town for us. I got to get an undertaker's wagon out here to pick up his body.
Yeah, I'll have to kill that all points wanted bulletin on Hutton, too.
Guess that'll about wind this up, huh?
I'm not so sure, Sheriff.
What do you mean?
Well, this just doesn't feel quite right.
What doesn't?
Finding this car like this. We might have looked for a day before we found it down here in this brush.
Well, don't you have more to go on than that, Ranger?
No, nothing more. Just a hunch.
It seems like working on hunches would be kind of dangerous in your business.
It usually is, for somebody. Come on, I want to get back to the mill.
Well, what do you want to go back there for? You don't need a phone. You can use your car radio.
Yeah, I know. But there's something funny about this. I want to get it cleared up. Hey, Sheriff, look out.
Huh?
Watch where you're stepping.
What is it?
That matchbox.
Oh.
Hey, wait a minute.
What's so important about a matchbox?
It could be plenty important. Here, look where it's lying.
I don't get you, Jace.
All right, look up there, Sheriff. That's where Hutton's car turned over. It slid down from there on its roof. The matchbox is right in the track, and it hasn't been crushed.
Meaning it was dropped after the wreck.
What?
That's right, Sheriff. Let's see. It's empty. The last match was used and the box thrown away.
Well, used for what, Ranger? What's a matchbox got to do with Bob Hutton's death?
Maybe nothing. But even when a car's as badly damaged as this one was, even when it's drenched with gasoline, it doesn't always catch fire. Let's go back a minute.
Do you know what you're saying?
I think so.
You mean somebody could have deliberately set this car afire after the accident?
If this was an accident.
Oh, but look, Jace, the only possible reason for arson in a case like this would be to cover taking the money Hutton had with him. And it's still there. What's left of it, anyway.
I know, Sheriff. There we are. Give me a hand, will you, Sheriff?
Sure, Jace. What do you want to do?
And see if we can't get what's left of that money out without disturbing the ash around it. I want to send it into the lab.
What'll that get you?
If any of it's missing, they may be able to tell us. We removed the remains of the charred money bag and its contents as carefully as possible and packed them for transfer to the laboratory. When we drove back to the mill yard, Bull Evans was just coming out of the office.
Hi. You find any sign of Hutton?
Yes. He's dead, Bull.
Dead?
He had an accident near Pine Creek.
Just about where that kid suggested we look, too.
What, can you beat that?
Where is the kid? I think we'd better talk to him again.
Well, you ain't gonna get much out of him, Ranger.
Why?
No, these young punks never look where they're going or what they're doing. He's got himself really bunged up.
Where is he?
In the first aid room back of the office. I wanted to send for a doctor, but he wouldn't let me. I got him on a cot back there. He don't feel so good.
Let's take a look. Come on. You too, Bull.
Yeah, sure. Right through there, Ranger.
Okay. Easy, kid. Let's have a look at you.
No. Leave me be.
Why, his face is beat to a pulp.
Bruises on his ribs and belly, too. What happened to you, son?
No. Go away.
You better answer the ranger boy. What happened to you?
Go on, kid. Tell him what happened.
The drying rack. It fell on me.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson. We continue now with tonight's case, Loggers' Larceny, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
The kid was in no condition for further questioning. When we were unable to persuade him to submit to medical treatment, the sheriff and I returned to town and had a talk with the justice of the peace. The next morning, the sheriff attended Hutton's inquest while I waited in his office for a call from our lab at Austin. It had just come through when the sheriff returned.
Sorry to be so long, Jace.
Oh, I was comfortable, Sheriff. You got a nice office.
Thanks.
Inquest over?
Yeah.
Death by natural causes, I suppose.
Yeah, failure of the heart. Doc says Hutton was dead when his car left the road, an out-and-out accident. Oh, look, Jace, it's like the JP told you last night. That matchbox don't mean anything. It could have blown in on those tracks.
I guess this isn't my week for hunches, Sheriff. Now, the lab report came in, too.
How did it add up?
Coins in the bank sack tallied exactly with the withdrawal slip the teller gave us.
Oh, how about the bills, the paper money?
There were traces of them in the ash. The quantity was small and might indicate some paper money was missing, but it burned so completely the lab couldn't be sure.
Yeah, looks like that's that.
Yeah. Well, Sheriff, guess I better get started.
So long, Jason. Thanks. See you again on another case.
Yeah. Call us anytime you need us. You know, Sheriff, it still doesn't feel right.
You know, Jace, it doesn't to me either.
There's that matchbox. Sure, it could have blown in there, but that kid at the mill.
Yeah? What about the kid?
If he had a hunch Hutton's car was wrecked and where it might be, why didn't he tell his boss that as soon as he and Bull came in from the timber?
Yeah, that's right. As it was, he didn't tell us till we dragged it out of him.
That turn out there didn't have anything to do with Hutton's death. His heart quit. He could have gone over the edge anywhere along the road.
Yeah, but, Jace, he did go over at that turn.
Sure he did. And that's why the kid couldn't have known the car was there unless he'd seen it.
Then Bull Evans and the kid were lying. But why?
That's what we're going to find out. That and why the drying rack fell on the kid. Kind of funny two accidents should happen so close together. Come on, Sheriff. Let's get out to that mill.
I didn't look for you and Ranger Pearson back. Something new come up?
Not exactly, Mr. Browning.
Just a few loose ends. I want to talk to that kid who was hurt yesterday. How is he?
Oh, apparently a lot better than he looks.
How's that?
He was up for breakfast this morning. Insisted he was in shape to work.
In shape to work?
That's what he claimed.
That kid was in shape for a hospital.
Well, Bull banked him up. He'd been taking care of him. I guess he ought to know.
They around the yard here?
Well, Bull didn't figure the kid was quite up to yard work. They went out with a felon crew.
Together?
Sure. Bull said he'd watch after the kid.
Oh, he did, huh?
Where are they?
Up in the northeast quarter of Section 3 someplace, about 4 miles out.
Come on, Sheriff. We better get out there. That kid was in no condition to work.
Well, you can't make it in a car. We haven't got our access road to that section finished yet.
You got any horses here?
Yeah. The one I use for making my rounds of the cruise is saddled up out back.
Bring it around for the sheriff. I'll get my horse unloaded from the trailer.
Right away, Ranger.
Come on, Sheriff. Get on the other side of that end gate, will you?
Sure. You think that kid's in any danger, Jace?
What do you think?
I'm beginning to think so.
So am I. Oh, back out, Sparky. Steady, boy. Easy, boy.
Here you are, Sheriff. Stirrups ought to be about right.
Thanks, Mr. Browning.
Now, you take that work road at the corner of the yard. You begin to hit some of the crew out at the end of it. They can tell you just where Bull and his helper is.
Thanks. Let's go, Sheriff. Up, Charcoal.
Come on, pick him up, boys.
Following Mr. Browning's directions, we found some of his sawyers and axemen at work in deep woods. They sent us on to others, knowing only that Bull Evans and the kid were working somewhere up ahead. Hold it, Sheriff. Ooh, Charcoal. Listen.
Somebody working over there.
Yeah, come on. Let's go, Charky.
Yeah, come on, boy. Is it Bull and the kid?
No. Ooh, Charcoal.
Hey there.
Hi. Howdy, Sheriff. Ranger. What you doing out here?
Looking for Bull Evans and his partner. Boys down the line said they were up this way.
Yeah, they were a little while ago.
Where'd they go?
I'm blamed if I know. Them two are crazy.
Crazy? What do you mean?
That Bull was working over there. You can see the cut he was making.
Uh-huh.
The kid wasn't worth much, bunged up where he was, so he was just fooling around, kind of grubbing out a little brush. Well, Bull come over to bum a smoke off of me, and when he turned around, the kid was gone.
Gone?
Yeah, slept off in the brush. Bull hollered for him. When he didn't get no answer, Bull took right off after him, swearing fit to make old Paul Bunyan turn over in his grave.
How long ago?
Oh, 10, maybe 15 minutes ago.
Come on, Sheriff.
Hey, look, what is all this?
Tell you later, son. Come on, let's go.
Lift him, Charky. Here's the tracks again, on this soft ground.
Yeah.
Ooh, Charcoal. Wait a minute, Sheriff.
Steady, boy. What do you make of it, Jace?
I don't like it. Where do you suppose that kid's heading?
Yeah, beats me. Wherever it is, he's sure heading there in a straight line and hard as he can go.
Yeah, with Bull apparently right behind him.
Makes about as little sense as that drying rack falling on him yesterday or Bull talking him into reporting for work this morning. What's between the two of them?
That's what we got to find out. Tracking us too slow. We're losing too much time.
That's pretty thick timber ahead. It ought to slow him up some.
Won't be much to follow when we get in there in those pine needles either.
Jace, maybe we better split, sort of spread out. That way we'll be...
Hear that? Somebody in there's got a gun. Come on, get up, Charcoal. Come on, get. You know, I'm betting it's Bull. Sounds like the shots are in the middle of that timber stand.
It's a bad place to work blind, Jace.
Yeah.
You might miss him complete in there.
Possible. Look, Sheriff, you cut around the timber the other edge in case somebody breaks out in the clear in that direction. I'll head straight for the sound of those shots.
Try to box them in, huh?
It's worth a try. Come on, Charcoal.
Come on, team of horse, let's go.
Deep into the timber, I stopped near a blowdown. A huge living pine tree blown over onto the ground. I wanted to listen for movement, but I knew an armed man was somewhere ahead of me, and Charcoal seemed to sense my tenseness. Whoa, Charcoal. Steady, boy, steady. Take it easy, Charky. Confound it, what are you shying away from? Whoa, boy. All right. Crawl out from under that blowdown.
No, don't shoot.
Nobody's gonna shoot, kid. Crawl out of there.
No, get away, will you? Leave me be. He'll kill me if he finds me.
Get hold of yourself, kid. Who'll kill you? What for?
Bull. He almost caught me.
You're all right now, son. Come on out.
He shot at me. I crawled in there and he lost me. He ran on past. I heard him. But he'll be back.
You better tell me why he's after you. Come on, spill it quick.
I saw him take the money.
From Hutton's wrecked car?
Yeah, we came down to the creek and there it was. He took the money and threw a match into the gasoline. He burned the car. Mr. Hutton's still in it.
Oh, settle down. Take it easy. Hutton was dead when his car left the road. Why didn't you tell us about this yesterday when we asked you?
Well, I tried to tell you, but Bull was standing there watching, listening. And look what happened to me afterwards.
That accident at the drying rack?
The accident. He pushed the rack over to make it look that way. Afterwards, he beat me and almost killed me.
Came close enough. Why didn't you sneak out to Mr. Browning with your story last night?
I never got a chance. Bull got a gun out of his pocketbook bag and kept it under his blanket all night, pointed at me. He never slept a wink. I had to get up this morning and make it look like I wanted to come out here to work with him.
Why'd you head in this direction when you made your break this morning?
Well, I figured if I could get to the money and get it back to Mr. Browning, this would all be over, and, well, then I'd be safe.
You know where the money is?
Yeah, it's in an old stump in a draw between here and the road.
Come on. Charcoal will carry double. We got some riding to do. I could understand the kid's terror. A professional criminal knows the odds against him and seldom goes beyond a certain limit. An amateur is like a man in quicksand, more desperate with every step and more dangerous.
There. That's the stump right over there.
Ooh, Charky. Ooh, boy.
There's a hollow on the other side of it. Hurry up, will you?
Uh-huh. Take it easy, kid. Charcoal made a lot better time than Bull could have made on foot. Besides, he's still probably looking for you.
Well, maybe he's been here already.
We'll soon see. Yeah, it's here, all right.
Can't you hurry?
Hey, this is a pile of money.
Yeah, I know. Come on.
All set, kid. Just as soon as I stash these bills away in my saddlebags, this is what you call valuable evidence.
And this is what's called a gun, Ranger.
Bull!
Praise both of you.
You're making a mistake, Bull.
You've made yours. Drop them saddlebags. You ain't getting that money. It's mine. Now drop them. All right, get off that horse, kid. Get off, I said. All right. Now start backing away from my money. Both of you. I told you I'd kill you if you opened your mouth, kid. Now it's gonna be both of you.
You hurt, kid? No. No, are you okay?
Yeah, Bull's gun just didn't shoot very straight.
Boy, yours sure did, and then fast.
That's what a spring clip holster's for, son.
Jace! Jace!
Ho, boy, ho. Everything all right?
Yeah, for everybody but Bull.
He's dead?
Kind of.
What was the deal, Chase? Did he have some of the money from the wreck?
Show him what's in the saddlebags, kid.
All right. Here, Sheriff, take a look.
Looks like he had it all. How deep was the kid here in with him?
I reckon that's something the court will have to judge on the evidence. Here, give me a hand, Sheriff. We'll hang Bull across your saddle. He's got one last ride coming.
On November 12th, 1938, the kid was arraigned before the county court and found innocent of willful complicity in the theft from the paymaster's wrecked car. He was returned to society with a deeper appreciation and understanding of the duties of a citizen in the face of crime.
And here again is the star of our show, Joel McCrea.
You know, we're awfully grateful to you people for the nice letters you've sent in. It makes you feel good to know that there's some folks who just want to let you know that they're all for you and that they like your show. I know it's kind of an effort to sit down and write a letter or postcard to a voice hundreds of miles away, and that's why it would be downright ungrateful if we didn't thank you for your trouble. It's really a compliment. There's a little story I ran across about a ranger I thought you'd like to hear before we say goodnight. I thought it was kind of funny. It seems that in the days when the Texas Rangers were charged with the enforcement of the prohibition laws, their reputation for apprehending offenders caused moonshiners to keep a sharp eye out for these famed officers. One day on a lonely road in East Texas, a moonshiner with a load of bootleg whiskey rounded a turn and came upon a man dressed in khaki clothes, big hat, and boots, signaling him to stop. Frantically, he grabbed a wrench and broke all 10 of the 1-gallon bottles of whiskey. Turning to the man in the road, he called, "You can't arrest me, Ranger. You ain't got no evidence." "What do you mean, fellow?" replied the Texas Ranger. "I have a flat tire. Can you loan me your jack?" Good night, folks. See you again next week.
Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrea is currently seen starring in the Universal International Technicolor production Frenchie. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Bill Conrad, Stacey Harris, Parley Bear, and Bill Johnstone. This story was transcribed and adapted by Tom W. Blackburn, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. Hal Gibney speaking.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Monday is for music, the best in music on NBC. Tomorrow evening, the telephone hour brings you contralto Marian Anderson as guest soloist. And for a melodic blend of light classical and classical music, you're invited to the second concert in a new Monday evening series by the Boston Pops under the baton of Arthur Fiedler.
Now, Jack Parr with the $64 question for more good times on NBC.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
The story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, king size, extra mild and soothing, brings you Dragnet on both radio and television.
You're an investigating sergeant. You're assigned to Traffic Division, AID. Death and tragedy is forecast for the people of your city. You don't know who the victims will be. You don't know how many there will be. Your job? Try and stop it. Compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
Yes, compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
1. Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection.
2. Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection.
3. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size.
Fatima gives you more for your money.
And in king-size Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality. Buy Fatima in the bright, sunny yellow pack.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Thursday, July 3rd. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of Traffic Division, accident investigation. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Deputy Chief Caldwell. My name's Friday. I was on the way back from the scene of the accident, and it was 9:42 p.m. when I got to Georgia Street Receiving Hospital, second floor, treatment room 5.
Joe?
Hi. How's it going?
Not too good.
How are they?
Bad, all four of them. Girl who was riding in the front seat, both legs crushed.
Oh, no.
Talking to Doc Hall, nothing he can do. Gonna have to amputate.
That's a shame. All the parents been notified?
Yeah, they're on their way down now. Cigarette?
Yeah, thanks.
I got a match.
All right, thank you.
Still touch and go with the kid who was driving, the Wheeler boy. Doc doesn't give him much of a chance.
Possible to get a statement from him?
No, still unconscious. They get pictures of the wreck, all right?
Yeah, they did. The car the kids were in laid down 207 feet of skid marks. From the condition of the car, it's a wonder any of them are alive. Not a straight piece of metal in the wreck frame. How about that couple in the sedan they sideswiped?
Doctor isn't sure. Both have internal injuries. Woman's right leg is fractured. Man has a possible concussion. Lousy thing.
Every one of them's old enough to know better. What made them think they could get away with it? Oh, hi, Doctor.
Friday? Any change, Doc?
Which one you mean?
The Wheeler boy?
No, still the same. The other three kids are doing a little better. It's a shame. None of them are more than 14, 15 years old, are they?
Both the girls are 13. The Wheeler boy's 16, the other boy's 12.
Yeah. Pretty young to be out alone burning up the streets. How'd it happen?
Well, one of the girls told us that the Wheeler boy picked up the three of them about 8 o'clock tonight, asked them if they wanted to go for a ride in his father's new car. Well, they thought they were going down to the neighborhood drive-in for a Coke.
Yeah.
Well, the girl said they drove around the neighborhood for a while. Wheeler boy was bragging about what a good driver he was, how fast the car'd go. Kept telling the kid that he could drive as fast as his father did.
Yeah. From what I hear, it's too bad you can't hold the father.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious he didn't set much of an example. So the girl told us that the Wheeler boy drove down to the highway. She spotted a police car behind him and told the Wheeler kid to slow up. He said something like, "My father outran a cop the other day. If he can do it, I know I can." Well, the kids pleaded with him to pull over and stop, and he wouldn't listen. Told him to shut up and hang on, that he'd show him some real fancy driving.
Had to chase him more than 19 miles, Doc. Car in pursuit radioed in for help. We tried to block off the intersections ahead of them. They were just going too fast.
How'd the boy crack up?
Sideswiped the sedan with that old couple in it. Lost control of the car, went into a skid. The car hit the curb, blew a tire, piled head-on into a parked truck. The impact drove the engine of the truck right back into the cab. I never saw anything like it. The car the kids were in is almost broken in half.
Well, I've done everything I can for him. I'll keep the Wheeler boy in the critical room. Nurse is in there with him now. I'll move the other three back into the ward.
We want to make our report, Doc. You got an MT slip on it?
Yeah, I just finished it. It's right in here.
Thank you.
You know, I got a 16-year-old boy, Friday. Every time I make one of these things out, I say a prayer.
Yeah.
Hope they never have to make one out for my boy. Well, excuse me, I better go back in there and check on that youngster.
All right, Doc, thanks.
Look at this MT, Frank. Everything in the book.
What's that?
Listen. Grace Andrews, 13 years, occupation student. Fractured jaw, teeth knocked out, facial cuts, internal injuries, crushed pelvis, and shock. Here's the next one. Nancy Haynes, 13 years, occupation student. Deep facial cuts, compound fractures of the right and left legs, crushed chest, possible concussion and shock. The other boy, Walter Stewart, 12 years, occupation student. Deep facial cuts and contusions, shock and possible concussion. Fractured ribs, possible puncture of the left lung, left hand severed above the knuckles. Here's the slip on the Wheeler boy. Charles Wheeler, 16 years, occupation student. Crushed forehead, possible spinal fracture, both legs broken. Fractured ribs, broken pelvis, deep facial cuts, severe internal injuries, and shock.
My name's Wheeler. Where's my boy? What have they done with him?
All right, take it easy, Mr. Wheeler. Doctor will be out in a minute.
I don't want the doctor. I want to see my boy. Where is he? What happened anyway?
Would you keep your voice down, please? The doctor will see you in a minute. He's with your son now.
Who are you? What do you know about it?
Police officers. Your boy had an accident. We're investigating it.
I know he had an accident. They already told me that. Whose fault was it? Who ran into him?
Nobody ran into him, Mr. Wheeler. The accident was his fault.
What do you mean it couldn't have been? That boy's a good driver. I taught him myself.
Would you keep your voice down, please?
I want to get to the bottom of this thing. I want to see my boy. What are you stalling me for?
Nobody's stalling you, sir. You can see your boy as soon as the doctor okays it.
I'm going to take him to my own doctor. I wouldn't trust my boy in a place like this. Who ordered him here anyway?
We did. It was an emergency. The ambulance took him here from the scene of the accident.
Well, you still haven't told me how it happened. Now, why do you say it was his fault? Why are you accusing him?
It was his fault, Mr. Wheeler. There's no doubt about it. He was speeding, and a police car tried to catch him. He tried to outrun him. In the process, he ran into a parked truck.
I knew it wasn't his fault.
Sir?
So he was going a little too fast. Charlie's a good driver. Why'd you have to chase him? Probably the cause of the whole thing. You're the ones to blame.
All right, take it easy, Mr. Wheeler.
Take it easy, nothing. Why couldn't you let the kid alone? He can drive as well as I can. Think I'd let the kid have my new car if he couldn't handle it?
What about a driver's license, sir? Your son have one?
Well, no, I didn't have a chance to get him one. Too busy to take him down there for the test. It's a stupid thing anyway. Any moron can pass it. The point is, you didn't have to chase him. He wasn't hurting anybody, was he? I taught him how to drive. He drives just like I do. He's a fast driver, but he's a good one. I ought to know.
Our radio cars had to chase your boy 19 miles, Mr. Wheeler. 11 cars chased him. Your boy was endangering the life of everybody on that highway. In a 25-mile-an-hour zone, he was clocked at better than 70 miles an hour. At one time, we figure he must have been doing better than 90. He went through a dozen boulevard stops. He barely missed a woman pedestrian. The woman had a baby in her arms. Just before he cracked up, he sideswiped another car, an old couple in it. They're in this hospital, too, and they're hurt. They're hurt bad. Now, you go ahead inside and make those two old people believe your son's a good driver, that he's just having some innocent fun, will you?
It's not all his fault. He probably wouldn't have done it if you didn't chase him. I know my boy can handle a car. I've raced cops myself once in a while. Charlie was with me. He's cool. He knows what he's doing behind the wheel. Just because you drive fast doesn't make you a bad driver.
It helps.
Frank? Yeah, Doc. Can you spare a minute?
Sure. What is it?
This is Mr. Wheeler, father of the boy who was driving the car. This is Dr. Hall.
Where's Charlie? I want to see him.
I'm sorry, sir. You'll have to wait a few minutes. He's lost a lot of blood. They're getting him another transfusion.
What's the matter with him? How bad is he hurt?
Here's the report. Read it yourself.
What kind of treatment you giving him? You sure you know what you're doing?
I think so. I've been on this job for 11 years. That's how long I've been dealing with fools like you.
What?
I heard you ranting and raving out here at these offices. Well, let me tell you this, mister. All three of you were wrong. That boy of yours lying in there isn't to blame. You are, his own father. You were driving that car tonight. I heard you ranting out here. You taught him how to drive. He can drive as well as you can. He's cool. He knows how to handle a car. You taught him how to race cops. Well, the results are inside, Mr. Wheeler.
Look here, I don't want any sermons from you. I want to see my boy. I want to see him right now.
You're not going to get any sermons from me. They wouldn't help you. But I'm going to tell you what's on my mind. I've seen your kind for years. I've sewed them up, I've patched them up, and I've pulled a sheet over their face. So far, you're lucky it hasn't happened to you. You're on borrowed time. Must be true what they say. The good Lord takes care of the fools and the drunks. Well, I can tell you now I wouldn't feel half as bad if it was you inside there on that bed instead of your son. Oh, when are people like you going to learn? When are you going to learn?
I came down here to see my son. You're not impressing me a bit.
Well, then maybe you ought to come down here some weekend, some holiday. Maybe that'd impress you. You stand inside that treatment room with me and watch them come over that table. A lot of them come in married and go out widowed, all kinds, all ages. They pull them out of the wrecks and they drag them in here and they expect miracles from us. They're battered and broken, and some of them you have to look twice because it's hard to tell they're human beings. You know who's responsible, Mr. Wheeler? You know who? Arrogant, egotistical, good, fast drivers like you. Well, I'm sick of you, Mr. Wheeler. I'm sick of the whole rotten, stupid mess. I'm sick of fools like you.
Dr. Hall?
Yeah.
See you a moment, please.
Yeah, all right.
Sure makes himself out an expert, doesn't he? He preach to everybody who comes in here?
No, matter of fact, he's usually pretty quiet.
Well, what's the matter with him? Get out of the wrong side of bed?
Maybe this'll explain it. He's got a 16-year-old boy of his own.
What's he beefing about? It's my kid that's hurt, not his.
Every kid he treats is his.
Mr. Wheeler.
Is it all right? Can I see Charlie now?
Yeah.
Thanks. I'm sorry about everything, Doctor. I really am. I'm sorry.
So am I, Mr. Wheeler. Your boy's dead.
When George Wheeler recovered from the initial shock of his son's death, we told him it was necessary that the body be removed to the county morgue where an autopsy would be performed the following day. After that, his son's remains would be available to a mortuary of the family's choosing. Frank and I drove back to the office where we filed a 311 dead body report on 16-year-old Charles Wheeler. After that, we called the coroner's office and notified them to pick up the body at Georgia Street Receiving Hospital. 10:35 p.m. We left the traffic division garage and went back on the air. We were cruising the central area. 10:53 p.m. We got the call. Aliso and Spring, ambulance follow-up, victim of a hit-and-run driver. We were within a block of the call.
Must be it up ahead, Joe, on the corner.
Oh, yeah. You can pull up any place right here, I guess. Mm-hmm. All right, come on. Slide out my side, huh?
Yeah. Let us through, please. Police officers, excuse me.
Pardon me. I wonder if I can get through here, please. Excuse me.
Doctor? You fellas doctors?
No, we're police officers.
Oh, yeah, I see. Where's the ambulance? Be here in a minute. How'd it happen? The old man was trying to cross the street. A bus hit him. Yeah, look at him. Terrible, poor old guy. You work around here? Yeah, I sell papers right over in that corner over there. My name's Harry Johansson. You want me for a witness?
Frank, get his name and address, will you? I'll check the old man. Yeah, right. All right, now don't move around, Dad. Don't try to get up. The ambulance will be here in a minute.
I'm hurt bad. Terrible pain in my back.
Your legs hurt you, Dad?
No, I don't feel a thing in my legs. It's just my back. I got a terrible pain.
What's your name?
Clyde Lowe.
Where do you live, Dad?
Over there, just up in the corner. Apartment 37. Hey, could you go over and see Leona, see if she's all right? She's going to be awful worried.
Yeah, we'll take care of it. You been drinking, Dad?
Well, just a nightcap. The doctor said I ought to have a glass of port every night. I was just on the way home when it happened. Oh, my back.
You sure it was just a glass of port, Dad?
Yeah, that's right. I never touch anything but that glass of port before I go to bed. See, would you please send somebody to see about Leona, apartment 37? She's going to be awful worried.
Yes, sir. We'll take care of it.
Oh, this feels terrible. I got to get up. Help me out, will you, officer?
All right. You sure you feel up to it, Dad?
I don't know. It's an awful pain in my back. I know I'm not supposed to move till the ambulance gets here, but maybe it'll go away if I stand up.
All right, sir. Here you go. Easy now. All right. Frank, see you a minute?
Yeah.
Cancel the ambulance, will you? We won't need it. Cancel it. Call the wagon.
Yeah, all right.
I'm going to get help, Sergeant. Are they coming for me?
Yeah, you're going to get help, Dad. It's on the way.
I come to the corner here and I started to cross over. And what do you think? Right out of nowhere, this big red bus come up the street. Must have been going 60. Hit me and kept right on going. I thought for a minute there I was gone for sure.
Did you say it was a big red bus?
It's red or blue. What's the difference? They run me down. Oh, look at that. Get the ambulance quick. Look at that.
What's that?
My shirt front here. Look, it's all red. It's blood. Get some help. I'm bleeding to death. Get some help. Oh, there's a sharp pain in my ribs.
Let's take your coat off here. That's the idea.
That's better. The pain's gone now.
Well, I don't know what your blood type is, Dad, but you're bleeding port wine.
Oh, no.
Worse than you thought it was, Dad. You broke your bottle of port.
It's all wrapped up in papers, too. It's a wonder how it happened. Just look at my brand new shirt, all that good wine.
Joe? No, I canceled the ambulance, called communications for the wagon. What's the score?
Say, would you please send somebody up to my place to see Leona? It's apartment 37, building right up in the corner. Please look after Leona.
Yeah, we'll tell her, Dad.
Oh, say, when you see her, would you please give her this?
What's this?
Piece of liver. Leona just loves liver.
I didn't know you were married, Clyde. When did that happen?
I'm not married.
Well, then who's Leona?
That's my cat, the best friend I got in the world. Say, where's the ambulance?
No, there's not going to be any ambulance, Dad. We got a car coming instead.
Listen, I'm a sick man, Sergeant. I need an ambulance.
You're a hit-and-run victim every time you get enough port wine, Dad.
I don't know what you mean. It's a glass of port every night. That's all I ever take.
What time do you think it is now?
Time? I don't know. I went over to Jack. It's about 8 o'clock. Must be 8:15, 8:30. Why?
It's 10 minutes past 11, Dad. You're overdue.
I don't get it, Joe. What's the pitch?
Don't you know him?
No, I don't think so.
Clyde Logan. Got an arrest sheet as long as your arm. Somebody down at Central tagged him with the name Hit and Run Logan. He's a town character.
Well, what's the idea of the hit and run story?
Oh, he likes attention. Every time he gets loaded, he likes to ride in an ambulance with a siren wide open, so he lays down on the street, pretends he's been hit.
I see.
Every city's got at least one of them, I guess. Some of them turn in fire alarms, some of them confess to murder, some of them just beat their wives. Clyde likes to be a hit-and-run victim.
See, what are you going to do? You're going to lock me up?
No choice, Dad.
I suppose not. Say, would you talk to the jailer and see if I could get my old job back? I mean, you know, anything in the kitchen. I like to work in the kitchen.
Yeah, all right, we'll talk to him.
And now, just one more thing.
Yeah?
Would you go see Jackie Martin for me? Place right up the street there. You know, you see the sign there?
Yeah, uh-huh.
Jackie's Old Time Wine Shop. That's the place. Well, you go in there and you ask for Jackie. You tell him that I sent you. See, you can say that he's not going to get any more of my business. You tell him I won't even pay him what I owe him.
Well, what's the matter, Dad? Why are you mad at him?
Well, I got good enough reason. All the trade that I've given him and all the money I spent there, a double-crosser. He can't keep customers that way, and he'll find that out.
What do you mean, Dad?
Well, look, right here on the sidewalk.
Yeah?
Jackie Martin, him and his cheap bottles.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action.
Friends, because of its quality, its extra mildness, its better flavor and aroma, more smokers coast to coast are switching to king-size Fatimas every day. Yes, more smokers coast to coast are finding that in Fatima, the difference is quality. Now, here's the practical way to prove Fatima quality yourself.
Compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
1. Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection.
2. Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection.
3. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size.
Fatima gives you more for your money.
And in king-size Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality.
Remember, more and more of your friends are switching to king-size Fatimas.
Compare them yourself. King-size Fatima, extra mild and soothing, plus the added protection of Fatima quality. Look for the bright sunny yellow pack. Buy king-size Fatima.
Thursday, July 3rd, 11:30 p.m. There was still half an hour to go before the July 4th weekend even started. But in the last 7.5 hours, Central Traffic had answered 13 major accident calls. 4 of them were fatalities. If it was any indication of the next 72 hours, the 4th of July weekend was due to spell death and tragedy for more people than we figured. 12:10 a.m., we received another ambulance follow-up call, this time at 11th and Georgia. A young couple on a motorcycle trying to beat the stop signal had crashed headlong into the side of an eastbound bus. One was taken to the hospital, one was taken to the county morgue. 12:20 a.m. After taking care of the necessary reports, we impounded the motorcycle. The next half hour was fairly quiet. 12:55 a.m., we went off the air and stopped to have a cup of coffee. 1:15 a.m., we called back in service. We continued cruising the central area. At 1:48 a.m., 12 minutes before quitting time, we got a call for Wilshire and Toberman Street, an ambulance follow-up, city property damage, motor officer. 1:15 a.m., we arrived at the scene. Approximately 20 feet from the southwest corner, a police motorcycle was sprawled on the street. The front of it was demolished. About 30 feet from the motorcycle, lying face down in the street, was the figure of a man in a police uniform.
All right, would you step back, please? Up on the...
Please, everybody, back up there on the sidewalk, please.
Help me, please.
All right, don't try to move, fella.
It's Brian.
Yeah. Hey, Mike. Mike?
Tried to miss it. Couldn't help it.
Take it easy now. Don't try to talk.
Ambulance is on the way, Mike.
Don't kid me, Joe. My chest hurts. Hey, but my collar can't breathe.
Yeah, all right, sure, Mike. Come on, take it easy now. Don't move.
Chasing this car. Cream convertible. Man, woman. I think he was a 502. Big chase. Red light. Siren.
All right, now take it easy, Mike. Relax. will
Other
ya?
car turned. Other car turned right in front of me. I saw it. Nothing I could do. Couldn't stop. Turned right in front of me. Evelyn. Gonna go see her. Evelyn. She's waiting.
All right, will you take it easy, Mike? Don't talk and don't move. This will work out all right. Take it easy.
Joe. Evelyn. Evelyn. Joe.
Mike. Mike.
Joe, got a coat here. Slip it under his head. It'll be more comfortable.
No, he doesn't need it, Frank. He's comfortable. 1:57 a.m. The ambulance arrived, and O'Brien's body was removed to the county morgue. Photographs were taken, diagrams were drawn, and statements taken from the witnesses. A truck from Central Garage arrived and started removing the dead officer's motorcycle. Frank and I went over and started interviewing the driver of the car which O'Brien had collided with. She identified herself as Corrine Norton, a bookkeeper at a South Los Angeles defense plant.
I was making a left turn, that's all. Next thing I knew, he hit my car. You can see what he did to it. Who's going to pay for the damages?
We can talk about that later, Miss Norton. Our first concern is we'd like to find out what happened.
Well, there's nothing to it. I already told you. This cop ran into me. There wasn't anything I could do.
Would you start from the beginning, please, and tell us exactly what happened?
From the beginning of what? I told you. He ran into my car. What more do you want to know? Sorry it happened, but I couldn't help it. Look at my car. How am I going to get to work in the
Will you
morning?
please tell us what happened here, miss? Just as near as you can remember.
Well, I was going down this way on Wilshire on my way home. I started to make a left turn onto Toberman, and this cop on the motorcycle drove right into me. Wasn't anything I could do. His fault. I couldn't help it.
Could we see your operator's license, please?
Certainly. Let's see it. There's someplace. Yeah, here it is.
Do you want to read it off, Frank?
Yeah. California operator's license number V208-927.
Okay, got it.
Corrine, C-O-R-I-N-N-E-M, Norton. 10,033 Ruth Ellen, Los Angeles.
10,033?
Right. Female, 5'3.5", 123 pounds. Born February 18th, 1909. Blue eyes, brown hair. Must wear adequate glasses.
Just a minute. Okay.
You have your glasses with you, Miss Norton?
Well, yes, right here in my purse. I really don't have to wear them. I can see just as well without them.
Were you wearing your glasses at the time of the accident?
Yes, I was. I took them off right after the accident. Here they are, right here in my purse. See?
Miss Norton, we understand the motorcycle officer had his red light and siren in operation at the time of this accident. Did you see it or hear it?
No, I didn't hear any siren, and I certainly didn't see any red light.
Then when's the first time you saw the officer, ma'am?
When he hit me. He seemed to come out of nowhere. He was going very fast.
You say you were in the process of making a left turn. Is that right, Miss Norton? Did you give a hand signal indicating that you were going to turn?
Of course I did. I always do.
You touched your car since the accident.
What do you mean if I touched it?
Was your car just like it was when you were driving it prior to the accident?
Yes, I suppose it is. I mean, with the exception of the damage he did.
You're sure you gave a hand signal, Miss Norton?
Of course I am. What's this all about, anyway?
Well, if your car's exactly the way it was before the accident, and you're telling us the truth here, how do you account for the fact that the left-hand window of your car is still rolled up here?
What?
The window of the driver's side of your car there, it's closed tight. You couldn't have made a left-hand signal, now could you?
What? I don't understand it. I'm sure I made a signal. I think so, anyway. Are you trying to say I'm to blame for that cop's death?
We're not trying to say anything, ma'am. We're trying to get the facts here.
Well, you certainly have a funny way of doing it. What do you call facts, anyway? Trying to incriminate me in this thing? I was making a left turn and he ran into me. It's as simple as that. I don't know what you're so excited about.
The man just died, Miss Norton. We're trying to find out why.
Well, why ask me? I didn't kill him. Speeding along on a motorcycle like that. He shouldn't have been going that fast anyway.
That's his job, ma'am. That's what they pay him for. He was chasing a drunk driver.
All right, that's his job. He knew it was dangerous when he took it.
Yes, ma'am.
Part of his job, that's what we pay him for.
Well, he's dead, Miss Norton. Who's going to pay him for that? 2:15 a.m. A traffic car took Corrine Norton downtown to the station where her statement was to be taken and a further investigation made. Frank and I contacted Sergeant Joe Whitehead of the medical detail and informed him of Mike O'Brien's death. He told us he'd notify the business office and the parents of the dead officer. Because of our close association with O'Brien, we happened to know that he planned to get married July 15th, the first day of his vacation. The girl he was going to marry was an Evelyn Monroe. She lived in the Silver Lake district. We told Whitehead that we'd notify her. 2:30 p.m., Frank and I drove out Sunset Boulevard to the girl's house.
Oh, hi, Frank. Joe.
Oh,
Is Mike with you?
Well, no, he isn't, Evelyn.
Well, come on in. Have some coffee. I'm just waiting for Mike.
All right, thank you.
Guess Mike's a little late tonight. Come on, Nan. How do you like your coffee? Cream and sugar?
Black will be all right, thanks. Both of us.
Look at the dining room table. Pretty nice, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's very nice.
Nicest wedding presents I think I've ever seen. Didn't know we had so many friends. You see what the boys in the motor squad sent us? Electric mixer, all the attachments, too.
Yeah, we see him. Very nice.
What's the matter, Joe? Hard day?
Yeah, it was. It was a tough one.
Oh, you're just like Mike. When he gets off work, he's grumpy as a bear. I don't know why. Nothing tough about your job. You ought to work for the man I work for. Coffee's coming right up.
Joe, you're going to have to tell her I can't. Do me a favor.
Yeah, I'll try.
Here you are. I think you ought to like these donuts. I get them at the bakery down the street. Mike's crazy about them.
Would you sit down, Evelyn, please? I'd like to talk to you.
Oh, sure, Joe. You sound serious. What's the matter?
It's about Mike, Evelyn.
Mike, what about him?
He wanted us to come by and see you. He was hurt tonight.
Oh, no. Was it bad?
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
What happened? Where is he? Can I see him?
No, not now. A little later.
What happened? They told his mother and dad?
Yeah, Evelyn, Joe Whitehead's out there now.
Joe Whitehead, medical detail?
Yeah, that's right.
He usually doesn't go out right away unless they're dead. Joe? Joe, tell me the truth. What's happened to Mike? What's happened?
Well, he's dead, Evelyn.
No. It isn't the truth. He can't be dead.
He was chasing a drunk driver over on Wilshire. Woman turned in front of him. Couldn't get out of the way. Didn't have a chance to lay his bike down. Sorry.
It's not true. Can't be it's not true. He called me at 11. He'll be here at any minute. He'll be here any minute. Mike. Mike.
Oh, Evelyn, please. There's nothing you can do. Nothing anyone can do. Crying would help. I'd cry with you.
But it's not right. It isn't right. Why should he die? Why should he?
I'm sorry. Went fast. He didn't suffer. Talked about you. The last thing was about you.
Hard to realize. I can't understand it. I can't. There's no reason for it.
No reason for a lot of it.
Why, Joe? Why did he have to die? Why did he?
Oh, I don't know. I got an idea, maybe, Evelyn.
What?
Somebody forgot to put out their arm.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On October 2nd, an inquest was held at the county morgue, city and county of Los Angeles, state of California. The coroner's jury returned a verdict of excusable homicide in the death of motorcycle officer Michael O'Brien. In a moment, a word about another trial.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Friends, I know a lot of you listeners have taken my advice and switched to Fatima's. Now, if you haven't, how about comparing Fatima this weekend for sure? You see, Fatima quality stands out by comparison. That's why I ask you to try Fatima's. Compare them with the king-size cigarette you've been smoking. You'll find Fatima's give you more for your money. An extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality. Remember, king-size Fatima's in the bright, sunny yellow pack.
Normally, at this time, we give you the result or outcome of legal proceedings against a person or persons for criminal action. You've already heard the results of the documentary cases portrayed on Dragnet tonight. 4th of July weekend is at hand. 40 million automobiles will drive 5 billion miles. Please make every mile a safe mile. Be considerate of the other driver on the road and have a happy weekend. We don't want to read your name on Dragnet's trial page. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Brasher. Heard tonight were Vic Perrin, Stacey Harris, Vic Rodman. Script by Jim Moser. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may now read Dragnet every day on the comic page of your favorite newspaper. Please consult your local daily paper. King Size Fatima has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Yes, adventure is yours tonight with Counter Spy on NBC.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Calling all cars, the copyrighted program created for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars, broadcast 138 regarding a man wanted for murder. Described 5 feet 7 inches, weight about 150 pounds. This man is very noticeably cross-eyed. That's all. Rosenquist.
In gathering the material for tonight's broadcast, the writer interviewed officers of the police department. One of the oldest police car drivers volunteered this story.
Sure, I'm glad to tell you all I know about this case. I owe a lot to Rio Grande. Of course, you know we use your cracked gasoline in our police cars. No fooling, you've got a great gasoline. We've tried them all, but you can't beat Rio Grande cracked when you got to start your engine and get going in a hurry. Now, let me tell you a little experience. One night we were cruising around as slow as possible in high gear when all of a sudden the car comes tearing around the corner at top speed and headed right for us. Driver couldn't stop. Looked like a smash-up, sure. But I slammed down the throttle and our car shot ahead so fast, well, we kept in front of the speeding car by inches for half a block. Then the fella turned down a side street and tried to make a getaway. We had to go clear around the block. But we counted on the power and speed in our Rio Grande cracked gasoline. And sure enough, we caught up with the speeder in 2 blocks. Rio Grande cracked gets the credit for emergency performance in saving us from a smash-up and for outspeeding a dangerous speeder.
Is it any wonder that more police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and other emergency equipment are powered by Rio Grande cracked gasoline wherever it is sold than any other brand? Try it in your own car. Once more, it is our pleasure to present Captain Bert Wallace, head of the homicide squad of the Los Angeles Police Department. Captain Wallace.
Good evening, friends. One of the most fascinating aspects of police work is the motive for crimes committed by non-professional criminals. These range all the way from insane jealousies of crimes of passion to murder where fear pulled the trigger of the gun. To this category of non-professional crimes belongs the case you are about to hear. The motive lay hidden in the delusions of grandeur upon which the circumscribed ego of the murderer fed. The murder he committed was not premeditated, but he was, nevertheless, a dangerous man, for when his carefully nurtured ego became the object of ridicule, he murdered. It is all the too frequent cases of this type which demand that your police officer be a practical psychologist as well as a good shot and fingerprint expert.
Early one February evening in 1930, a Chrysler coupe pulls up in front of an old whitewashed store at the corner of Clinton Street and Griffith Avenue in Los Angeles. 3 men climb out, stand in huddled conversation at the curb.
Boy, have I got the jitters. This business has got me all covered with goose pimples.
Yeah, you're looking.
Well, if it's all the same to you fellows, I'll be on my way. Thanks for the lift.
Don't mention it. Sorry you won't come along with us.
Yeah, why don't you? I'd like to, but I've got things to do. Thanks anyway.
Okay. Take care of yourself.
So long.
So long. Seems like a nice guy. Too bad he didn't want to play. Well, let's get going.
You think it's all right?
Sure it's all right. Say, to hear you go on, you'd think we were a couple of mugs out to rob a bank or something.
Well, you know how tough the law is about speakeasies and crap games in this town. I'd sure hate to get picked up.
Don't worry. You won't get into any trouble. I've been here lots of times. I know the joint. Come on, let's go.
Okay. Every time we feel like a little drink of beer or something, we got to sneak around in dark alleys and hold our breath.
All right. Lay off the philosophy. Here's the alleyway that leads up to the joint. Follow me.
Lead on, MacDuff. What's up?
There's a guy standing there in that shadow.
Maybe it's the law.
And what are we waiting for? Let's go back.
No good. He's seen us. Here he comes.
I knew something was going to happen.
Oh, shut up. If he asks what we're doing, well, we're looking for Mr. Jones or something.
Yeah, an original thought.
Hold it. You'll know in a second.
Hello, fellas. Mind if I talk to you a minute?
Why, no. Of course not. What's on your mind?
I want to talk to Murphy. Which one of you's Murphy?
He knows your name, Jim.
Yeah, that's funny.
Are you Murphy?
That's my name. What do you want?
I want you to put your hands up.
What?
I said put up your hands. I've got a gun.
You don't say. Well, of all the... Will you look at this guy's eyes, Bob? Oh, they're so crossed he couldn't hit the side of a barn with a shotgun.
Now, listen. Don't you fellas make me shoot. I got a gun, and I'll sure use it if you don't put your hands up.
Oh, put that toy away and beat it before I slap your wrist.
Watch it, Jim. He might mean it.
Why, he's nothing but a silly-looking kid. He wouldn't shoot him.
Why, you shot him. You shot Jim, and he didn't do anything.
I told you to do it. I told you not to laugh at me.
What's going on?
Oh, don't you come over here. I don't want to have to shoot you too, so stay away. I shot them, and I'll shoot you too if you don't go away. I'll shoot you too.
Shouting at the top of his lungs, the cross-eyed gunman runs down the alley and disappears into the darkness, the still smoking gun in his hand. The stranger, who had said goodbye to Murphy and Leslie just a few minutes before, rushes across the street to find the two men sitting on the running board of their car, blood pouring from wounds in their stomachs. Murphy dispatches him to call for an ambulance and then lapses into a coma, from which he emerges several moments later. He turns to Leslie.
Bob, are you all right?
I don't know. My stomach's on fire. I don't feel so good.
Wish that guy'd hurry with an ambulance.
So do I.
I can't stand this much longer. It's burning.
Listen, maybe that's it now.
Hang on, Bob. You gotta hang on.
I'm standing it, Jim. It's burning too much.
Burning. Here he is. Come on, boys. Hey, where's that guy I called, I wonder? Probably scared to come back. Here they are.
Get us to a hospital. Hurry.
All right, fellow. You'll be okay in a jiffy. Who plugged you?
Don't know. Please, hurry.
Get him over to Georgia, Bill. They're hit bad. Right. All right, Slim. You can bring that stretcher over here. Better make it two. We got a full house.
Rushed to Georgia Street Receiving Hospital, the two men are operated on and the bullets removed from their bodies. And a few minutes later, Lieutenant Lefty James, head of the gangster squad, in company with Captain Blaine Steed, questions them.
Now, how do you feel?
How'd you feel with a slug in your stomach?
Not so good, I guess. Who did it?
I don't know.
How about you? Can you tell who shot you?
I never saw the fellow before in my life.
Now, listen, boys. There's no use in your trying to clam up on us. We coppers are your friends. All we want to do is find out who's behind us.
Honest, I don't know who it was. He just stepped up and told us to put our hands up.
Did you do it?
No,
He's telling the straight goods, Cap. Neither one of us knew the guy.
I can't figure you fellows out. What have you got to hide? This probably means the finish for both of you, and that you won't talk.
Listen, officer. That kid lying there is a butcher. He's been out of work, but he's no hijacker. Neither am I. I run a rooming house over at 1625 Juanita Street. If you don't believe me, go over there and check up on me.
All right, Murphy. Supposing we believe you. Can you tell us anything about the guy that did it?
Well, all I know is he's so cockeyed that nobody take him seriously. I didn't, and look what happened. But I'll tell you this much. I'd know him in a million if I ever saw him again. You get the cockeyedest looking guy you can find, and he's it.
And while the search for a cockeyed gunman begins, two officers combing the Griffith and Clinton district find a Chevrolet coupe parked a block away from the scene of the shooting, bearing the registration of a Mrs. Vera Smith of 734 Stanford Avenue. Upon repeated inquiries in the vicinity, it is discovered that no Mrs. Smith is known. And following up this lead, the two officers arrive at the address on Stanford Avenue.
Here we are.
Yeah? Hit the buzzer.
Okay. It isn't a buzzer, it's a bell.
All right. Same thing in the long run.
Yes?
Are you Mrs. Vera Smith?
I am. And you look like police officers.
That's right, lady, we are.
Have you any news about my car?
Yes. That's what we came to see you about.
Then you found it. Oh, I'm so glad. I was sure I'd never see my little car again, and it's the pride and joy of my life. I've had
Yes,
it.
of course. If you'll pardon my interrupting you, I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Oh, of course.
We have your car in our possession, Mrs. Smith.
What we want to know is how did it get to the corner of Clinton and Griffith, and what was it doing there?
Well, I don't know. It was stolen, you know, and so naturally I reported it.
Pardon
and
me,
then...
you say your car had been stolen?
Why, yes. Isn't that what you came to see me about?
No, ma'am. We came to find out what your car was doing over by the scene of a shooting tonight. We found it parked a block away.
Well, I don't know. I only know that it was stolen.
When was
and
it stolen, Mrs. Smith?
Why, tonight sometime.
How did you know it had been stolen?
Well, perhaps I'd better tell you the whole story.
That's a good idea, ma'am.
Well, last night, an acquaintance of mine, a man I've known for some time, came to the house.
What's his name?
Fulton. Red Fulton. I don't see what difference that can possibly make.
It may. Go on with your story.
Well, as I was saying, this friend came over last night and asked if he could borrow my car. He said his was in a garage and he had to go somewhere, so I said, I guess so.
And?
Well, he had a man with him, and well, I've got to admit I didn't like his look.
What do you mean by that?
Well, there wasn't really anything wrong with him, but, well, I just didn't like his look. And the two of them drank some beer here, and then they left, and...
With your car?
Yes.
And how do you figure it was stolen?
Well, I'm coming to that if you'll give me time. Anyway, about an hour ago, Red called me and said that my car had been stolen, so naturally that's what I thought you were here for.
Where does this Red Fulton live, Mrs. Smith?
Well, I don't see why I should tell you that. He had nothing to do with this, I'm sure.
You're probably right, but suppose you tell us his address anyway.
Well, of course, if you say it that way, what else can I do?
Exactly.
Well, he runs a rooming house at 721 8th Street. You'll find him there.
Thanks, Mrs. Smith. Come on, Ed. Let's talk to Fulton.
At headquarters, the two officers report their findings, and a search is immediately started for the missing Red Fulton. And then, less than an hour later, the phone in the homicide office is answered by a sleepy officer.
Hello. Homicide detail. Hart speaking.
This is Attorney Ray Reams, Hart. I'm over at my office, and I've got a fellow over here that you want to see.
Who's that?
Red Fulton.
What?
Yes. He says he's willing to come over and talk, but he says he doesn't know much.
Send him over right away, will you? I'll tell the captain. He'll be glad to hear this.
Okay. He'll be over in about 15 minutes. Goodbye.
Come in, Mr. Fulton. Sit down.
Thanks.
Smoke?
Oh, no, thanks. Maybe I would, thanks.
Sure. Help yourself.
Thanks.
Well, Fulton, what's this all about?
I don't know. All I know is that when I stopped in at Vera's tonight, she said you fellas were looking for me, and I knew I hadn't done nothing, so I came over.
That was a smart thing to do, Fulton. What's all this about Mrs. Smith's car being stolen from you?
Well, like I told her, I parked it over by my place, and a little while later, when I came out, it was gone. That's all I know, honest.
Who was the fellow that you had over at Vera's last night?
Oh, he was a young fellow that used to room at my place. He's been out of work, and I was sorry for him, so I took him up for a bottle of beer and a bite to eat, that's all.
He doesn't happen to be cross-eyed, does he?
No, his eyes are all right.
Mrs. Smith tells us that he wore heavy glasses. Why?
Well, he has a piece of steel in his eye, and he's been wearing them for that.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Fulton, I can't list you as a suspect very well. Your eyes are certainly good enough.
You said it, Cap.
Yeah, I guess you might as well run along. If I want you for anything, I can reach you at your rooming house.
Yeah, any time, Cap.
All right. Thanks for coming in. Oh, pardon me. Hello. Yeah, Steve talking. Yes. I see. All right, thanks. Well, Fulton, it's a lucky thing you're in the clear on this deal.
How's that, Cap?
The younger of those two fellows, Bob Leslie, just died, which makes this a murder.
Broadcast to all points. Be on the lookout for a cross-eyed man about 5 feet 7 inches tall, weighing 150 pounds. He is wanted for murder.
Calling all cars, attention all cars. Wanted for murder. Man, 5 feet 7, 150 pounds. Very cross-eyed. This man is armed. Pick up all suspects answering this description. That is all.
Yeah, that's a hot one, Frank. A cross-eyed gunman. And boy, I'd sure hate to be near him when he started shooting.
Well, if you could figure out where he was looking, it might not be so bad.
Yeah, if. Now, you know, the more I think about it, the more I realize you cops ain't in the softest racket in the world. And I used to think maybe I'd join the force. That is, if they'd let me, of course. The more I read about these killers and stuff, the less I like the idea.
Oh, it's not so bad, Eddie. Free rides on trolley cars, apples from the fruit peddlers. It's only when you get in a tough spot that you sometimes wish you were a drug clerk or something like you.
Oh, wait a minute, Frank. I got a customer. Oh, yes, sir.
Give me a chocolate soda. Not too much chocolate in it.
Yes, sir, with you in a minute. Hey, Frank, take a look at that guy. He's got cross eyes.
Thanks, Eddie. Go ahead with your business. I'll look him over.
Hey, are you making me a soda or have a little social gab fest? How about it?
Right away, sir. I'm sorry.
What's the matter, buddy? In a hurry?
Sure, I'm in a hurry. I'm not used to sitting around soda fountains waiting all day for a little service.
What's your name?
What's that to you?
Well, maybe nothing, maybe plenty. I'd advise you not to play tough boy, though. What's your name?
Now, looky here. You may be a cop or an officer, but that doesn't give you any right to go around bulldozing taxpayers. I got nothing to hide, but I don't see any reason
Save
for
that soda, Eddie. I'm taking your customer for a little trip.
Huh?
You and I are going down to headquarters and have a talk with the lieutenant.
I don't want to talk to the lieutenant.
I know, but maybe he wants to talk to you. Come on.
Now, if you'll just relax for a moment, we'll get this over with. I only want to ask you a few questions. In the first place, what's your name?
He doesn't feel like telling us, Lieutenant Condifer. That's the main reason I brought him in. That and the eyes.
I see. Now, look, mister, whoever you are. You may not know it, but you're breaking the law right now.
How?
By refusing to answer questions.
Well, of course, it's not that I care whether you know my name or not, but, well, there's another party who'd like to know it, and if they did, it would be terrible for me.
I see. Well, I can assure you that we're not in the private detective business, if that's what you're afraid of.
Well, in that case, my name's Joe Griddle.
And where were you last night, Mr. Griddle, about 9 o'clock?
Do I have to tell you that?
Well, it would help.
Well, look at here, fellas. I'll tell you the truth if you'll promise not to give me away.
That depends on what you tell us.
Well, of course. But you see, it's like this. Now, my ex-wife's in town, and she's looking for me. And when she's on the warpath, well, I can't tell you how bad she is, but she's something awful. So, naturally, I'm not anxious to have her find me.
How about last night?
Well, I guess it won't matter. I was over at a friend's house most of the evening.
A girlfriend, Mr. Griddle?
Yeah. Oh, and she'd be sore as the devil if anyone was to know, because, well, you see, she's sort of married like.
I think I understand. Would your friend have any objection to verifying the fact that you were there last night? That is, between the hours of 8 and 10:30.
Well, I guess if it's necessary, she might do it. Only she'll be sore.
Suppose you give us a telephone number and we'll check your story. If it fits, off you go. That all right?
Yeah, I guess so. Only she's sure going to be sore at me, man. Is she going to be sore?
A call to the frightened Lothario's girlfriend results in complete corroboration of his whereabouts at the time of the shooting. And this, together with the fact that aside from the cross eyes, the soda-drinking Mr. Griddle fits none of the other descriptions as to weight and height, leads to his release and the end of clue number 1. But Officer Smith is not to be discouraged by this. During the next 6 hours, 4 more cross-eyed men have been dragged to Condapper's office, questioned, only to be released again. And late that evening, it becomes apparent to Smith that a cross-eyed man is no novelty in the city of Los Angeles. Leaving Condapper's office for the 5th time that day, he starts once again on his search. It is in front of an employment agency on East 5th Street that he spots his 6th pair of cross eyes standing in line waiting his turn at the window. Moving past the line, Officer Smith continues to a spot down the street where he can watch its progression. And as his quarry at last stands before the agency window, he is directly behind him.
Next, that's me. What do you do? Well, anything, mister. I'm what you might call a handyman. Do anything.
Yeah, sort of jack of all trades, huh?
Yeah, that's the idea. I want to get work outside of California. I got to leave Los Angeles right away.
Mm-hmm. Well, there might be something up in the valley for you, but that's in California. I don't know exactly what it can do with you.
That's all right, buddy. I've got a spot for him right here in Los Angeles. Come on, you.
Say, what is this?
This is what you might call an arrest. Hello, Lieutenant.
What? You back again, Smith?
Yes, sir. This time, I think we've got something.
Yeah, like the last time and the time before.
No, sir. This fellow fits the description down to the letter. And he was trying to get work out of the state.
All right. Bring him in.
Yes, sir. Come on in. The lieutenant wants to talk to you.
Well, I don't see what... All right, I'm coming.
That's right. Lieutenant Condapper, this is Mr. Huntington.
What do you mean, Huntington? My name's Herring, Joe Herring.
That's fine, Mr. Herring. Just wanted to get it right.
Well, you got it right. Cockeye Herring, they call me back in Georgia.
Well, suppose you just sit down here, Cockeye. I've got a few questions to ask you, and then I'm going to let a couple of men look you over.
Well, for what?
I have an idea you'll know for what, Herring. What was your big hurry to get out of the state?
Well, I don't like California. It ain't treated me right.
Well, now that's too bad, Mr. Herring, but we'll have to take that up with the Chamber of Commerce.
Yeah, I'm an actor, see, and a good one, too. And back in Georgia, they know how good I am, but Hollywood wouldn't give me a break.
Thought maybe you'd be another Ben Turpin, is that it?
Listen, I'm better than Turpin. I'm funny, see? Plenty funny.
Well, I'm going to give you a chance to prove just how funny you are. Smith, get that Carson fella in here, will you?
Yes, sir.
I want to see what he has to say.
Yes, sir.
Who's Carson, huh?
Oh, he's a gentleman who happened to witness a little fracas the other night. A couple of men who were shot up. One of them's dead now.
Yeah? And what's that got to do with me?
I don't know yet, Cockeye.
Hey, gee, Captain, you're not trying to pin something on me, are you?
Lieutenant is a rank, Herring, and we're not in the habit of pinning things on people in this department. It's all up to the people themselves.
I don't get you.
You will.
Right in here, Mr. Carson.
Yes, sir.
Come in, Mr. Carson. I want to introduce you to...
That's the bird that did it. Sure as I'm alive. He's the guy, all right.
What do you say to that, Cockeye?
Oh, this guy must be crazy, Cap. I never saw him before in my life. He's nuts.
No good, Herring. No good at all. As an actor, you're pretty lousy.
The following morning, a considerably milder Cockeye Herring is removed from his cell and escorted once again into Condapper's office, where he is greeted by an ominous silence.
Say, what is this? A funeral or something? Why don't you guys say something?
We were waiting for you to talk first, Herring.
Well, what do you expect me to say? I suppose I should thank you for putting me up for the night or something.
Oh, no need of that. You still don't remember anything about a shooting?
No.
You don't remember standing in a little alleyway down near Griffith and Clinton and shooting a couple of fellows?
No.
You must be pretty hungry by now, aren't you, Cockeye?
Hey, now you're really talking. Hey, that's one thing about me I can sure eat.
A couple of nice sandwiches and some hot coffee would taste pretty good right now, wouldn't it?
Boy, would it? Hey, wait a minute. Well, what are you leading up to?
Nothing, Cockeye, nothing at all. Just thought if you were hungry, we might fix you up. There's a plate of sandwiches and a whole pot of coffee in the next room there. Go on, help yourself.
You mean that?
Sure.
You mean in here?
That's right. Just open the door and go on in.
Boy, just watch me. Hey, I don't see no sandwiches. Red, what are you doing here? Why'd you run out on me the other night?
Well, Fulton, you look kind of sick. What's the matter? Have you seen a ghost?
Yeah.
So you boys know each other, eh?
Hey, what are you talking about, huh? What are you trying to do?
We've done it, Cockeye. I suppose you spill the whole story. We know all about your pal, Red Fulton, here. All we need now is your story. How about it?
Well, I guess I pulled a boner, didn't I?
Yeah, that's about it.
Well, all right. I'll tell you about it. I guess you guys got enough of me to hang me anyway. Guess it doesn't matter much what I say.
Take us down, Eddie.
But it's like I told you. I come here from Georgia to get in the moving pictures. And it wasn't because I wasn't a good actor that I didn't make it either.
Yeah, sure. We know, Cocky. Now, go ahead with your story.
Well, anyway, I didn't get anywhere at the studios, and at last I went broke. I only had a couple of dollars left. So I thought maybe some pictures of myself would help, and I went down to Venice Pier and had some made. I was dressed in a cowboy outfit with a big gun in my hand and leaning against a big wooden horse.
Well, what's all this got to do with your shooting those men?
Well, I got the pictures, and boy, I looked tough. Really tough. So I sent a couple back to some friends in Georgia, and I told them I was a real hard guy now.
Have you ever been confined in any institution, Harry?
Institution? You mean bughouse?
More or less, yes.
Well, of course not. Hey, what do you think I am, crazy?
Well, your story sounds a little, far-fetched.
Well, it's true, and I'm not crazy.
All right, Cockeye, suppose you go on with it.
Well, anyway, after I sent the pictures, I began thinking I was a hard guy. You know how you can kid yourself about those things. So I went around town here boasting how I'd killed a couple of guys and a lot of stuff like that, and...
Had you?
No. I'd never hurt anyone. Well, anyway, finally I was picked up and thrown in the can as a vag, and while I was in there, I met a guy named Delaney. He and I used to talk a lot, and I told him what a hard guy I was, and he believed me. So we both got out of the can finally, and, well, he suggested we go up and see an old friend of his, Red Fulton. We went over to Red's place and knocked on his door.
Hello, Red. How's the trick?
Well, Fidel, when'd they let you out?
A couple hours ago. Yeah, meet a pal, Red. This is Cockeye Herring, Red Fulton. Cockeye's a pretty tough lad.
Yeah?
Well, come on in and park yourself somewhere.
Yeah, sure, thanks. Now, Red, what's new?
Nothing much. Only I'm plenty sore right at this moment.
Yeah? About what?
I got into a beef with a couple of guys the other day, and it's left me feeling that way. I'd like to bust their necks, both of them.
Well, why don't you?
They're pretty big, if you want to know the truth.
Oh, I get it.
And now that you got it, keep it.
Sure. Don't get sore at me, Red. I wouldn't say anything.
Why don't you get someone to get them for you? Huh? Say, that's an idea at that.
Sure, and I know just the boy to do it. Cockeye here. He's plenty tough, ain't you, Cockeye?
Why, sure, I'm tough. All right. I'll tell you what I'll do. You go out and give those guys a real beating. Black their eyes and break a couple of bones, and I'll pay you $50. That's how sore I am. Well, you see, How about it? You want to go? Well, I don't know. I thought you said this guy's tough, Delaney. Sure, I'm tough. Well, then, how about it? Well, okay, go on. Here's the dope. These guys are going to a little beer joint I know about tomorrow night. You go over there, and when you see them, you ask if one of their names... Kind of the spot, not wanting to admit I wasn't tough and still being scared to death.
And then what happened?
Well, I figured that in case something went wrong, I'd better take a gun, so I got hold of one, and the next night Fulton gave me Mrs. Smith's car and told me where to go and what these guys looked like. He said if I didn't black this Murphy guy's eyes, I wouldn't get the $50. So I drove over there, and when they showed up, I told them to stick up their hands. I thought that way I could smack them both and beat it.
So?
Well, so Murphy wouldn't stick up his hands, and they laughed at me. So I let him have it in the stomach. And the other guy came after me. I let him have it, too. You see, I was scared.
You realize what this means for you, don't you, Herring?
Yeah, I guess so. Only, gosh, I didn't really want to shoot anyone. Well, it was just because I've been boasting about being a hard guy. That's the reason I did it. I couldn't back down.
Acting upon this confession, Fulton and Herring are both charged with murder. But after hearing the state's case, Judge Marshall F. McComb dismisses the charge against Fulton, declaring that the prosecution has failed to show that he is linked to any conspiracy to kill either Leslie or Murphy. And one morning, Cockeye Herring, Georgia Bad Man, stands quietly before Judge McComb to receive sentence.
Joseph Herring, you have been found guilty of the murder of one Robert Leslie. Therefore, it is the sentence of this court that you be confined in the state penitentiary for the remainder of your life.
Holy smoke.
Furthermore, for the attempted murder of James Murphy, you must serve an additional sentence of from 1 to 14 years in the state penitentiary.
Well, gee, Judge, ain't life enough? What's the 14 years for? Interest?
The drivers of police cars, ambulances, fire engines are boosters for Rio Grande cracked gasoline. For more emergency cars are powered with Rio Grande cracked than any other gasoline everywhere it is sold. No one knows better than these veteran drivers how important it is to use a gasoline that meets emergencies with lightning-like action. You can enjoy the same advantages and the extra thrills of police car performance in your own car with Rio Grande cracked gasoline. For exactly the same gasoline that these emergency cars use is sold by your neighborhood Rio Grande dealer. Drive in and get a free copy of the Calling All Cars News, that fascinating publication with true detective stories, movie and radio news. Learn how you can supply every boy and girl of your acquaintance with the 14 free gifts that comprise the Rio Grande Junior Detective outfit at no cost to you. And learn about the Sinclair law of lubrication that enables your Rio Grande dealer to know exactly what grade of Sinclair motor oil your motor needs and exactly what grade of the 120 different Sinclair lubricants is needed for every part of your car. Sinclair Scientific Lubrication Service, applied according to your car manufacturer's specification, is now available at all 100% Rio Grande stations.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars, to cancellation of broadcast 138. Suspect in this case now in prison. That's all. Rolls in prison.
This is your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
How do you do? This is Clive Brooke. Have you ever thought how often criminal trials hinge on the question of identification? The more one reflects on this point, the more one marvels at the really extraordinary powers of observation and memory that the most unlikely people seem to possess. For instance, a murder has been committed, and a passerby has seen a man hurry away from the scene. It's probably nighttime, and he's had no more than a glimpse of somebody under a street lamp. Yet he's able to say quite positively that he was tall and thin, in his middle 50s, with a mottled complexion, a broken nose, and a mole under his left eye. Moreover, he's able to describe his dress, right down to his boots. Not only does he tell the police this, but he swears it again in court. Now, this is very good if it helps to send the guilty man to the gallows. But even with the best and most honest intention, anyone's liable to make a mistake, and a mistake of that kind may have tragic results. Let me tell you of such a case, and how only the merest fluke saved a grave miscarriage of justice. For many years, Jean Milne, a spinster, had been a well-known figure in the district of Broughty Ferry, Dundee. The sole heiress of her brother, a wealthy tobacco manufacturer, she had, since his death 9 years before, lived alone in the family home, Elm Grove House, a 14-roomed mansion standing in about 2 acres of thickly treed ground. Now, despite her solitude and her advancing years, she was a woman with a zest for life. Her clothes were gay, if perhaps a trifle girlish for a woman of 65, and at least twice a year it was her habit to spend 2 or 3 months in London. Consequently, when in late October 1912, neighbors failed to see her about and noted that Elm Grove House was locked and apparently deserted, they merely concluded she'd gone off for another jaunt to the city. But this explanation didn't altogether satisfy the local postman. By November the 2nd, when more than a fortnight's mail had accumulated in Miss Mill's letterbox, he thought it was time the police were informed. The local sergeant, I regret to say, did not at first take his report very seriously.
Oh, man, what are you worrying about? Suppose she's not been home for a fortnight. You ought to know her ladyship's habits by now. She's gone gadding off again, I'll be bound.
Well, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Every time she's gone off before, she's let me know and left her forward in the drift.
Maybe she forgot this time or left in too much of a hurry to see you.
Ah, but if she had, don't you think she'd have written to the post office?
Well, perhaps it's just...
And I'll tell you something else, Sergeant. When she's gone away afore, she's always had a word to Constable Bruce on the beach so he'd keep an eye to the empty house.
And she's not done that this time?
No, she's not. Mm-hmm. And it's my opinion it's your duty to make a few inquiries. Living in that big house all by herself, the woman might be ill or dead for all we care.
Well, I'll talk to the constable when he comes in and we'll see what's to be done.
Next morning, the 2 policemen went to the house. All the doors and windows were locked. There was no sign of life. For 5 minutes or more, they rang the bell and thumped on the front door. There was no response.
All right. That's enough. It's obvious there's no one there. What are we going to do now, Sergeant? We'll have to force an entry, I suppose. Here, I'll break this window. Give me a leg up, will you, Sergeant? There you are. Thanks. I'm right to know. Shan't be a minute. There we are. As easy as falling off a log. Uh-huh. Smells sort of musty, doesn't it? Are you there, Miss Milne? Is anyone at home? It's plain the place is empty. Shall we look around, Sergeant? Aye. Come on. Through this hole and up. Why, what is it? Good God! It's Miss Milne. Aye, all that's left of her, you mean? Look at those wounds about the head and all the blood stains. And the furniture upset, and that poker, it's murder. Aye, and by the look of things, it's happened a long time since. What do you suppose we should do? Don't touch a thing. This is no job for us, lad. You stay here and keep guard, and I'll go back to the station and telephone Glasgow.
Glasgow's prompt answer was to send Detective Lieutenant Trench to Broughty Ferry. By the way, 3 years earlier, Trench had become famous for his handling of the Oscar Slater case, and he was recognized as the most capable detective in Scotland. His first task was to establish the approximate date of the crime.
When would you estimate death took place, Doctor?
It's hard to be precise, but I should say about 3 weeks ago.
It's now November the 3rd. That would take us back to, let's see, about October 13th, eh?
That's right.
How did that tally with your inquiry, Sergeant?
Well, sir, the earliest letter in the mailbox was dated October the 14th. Miss Milne was definitely seen alive at a home mission meeting in Dundee on October the 15th. But there was no response when Mr. Kinnear, he's an elder in St. Andrew's Church, called here at the house to see her the following day.
It seems reasonable to presume she was killed either on the evening of the 15th or the morning of the 16th.
Aye, that would seem to be right enough, sir.
Good. I wanted to send some of your men out. They're to interview everyone in the neighborhood and find out if anyone saw Miss Milne or anyone else about the house during that period.
Yes, sir. I'll attend to that at once, sir.
Any theories, Lieutenant?
It's a little early for that, I'm afraid. However, there are a few obvious points that suggest it was a man with whom Miss Milne was on friendly terms.
How do you work that out?
Well, in the first place, the dining room was set for high tea for 2.
That rather suggests the evening of the 15th as the time, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. In the second place, although I understand she was a teetotaler herself, Miss Milne, on the morning of the 15th, had her grocer deliver a bottle of whiskey to the house. When she gave the order, she explained she was expecting a gentleman friend to tea.
She may only have said that, of course. She was a little inclined to romanticize, you know.
Yes, even so. In the third place, since no entry to the house was forced, we must presume she let the murderer in through the front door. And he duly let himself out the same way. In the fourth place, no money or jewelry appears to have been stolen, which rules out the theft motive. And finally, I found this in the grate.
A half-smoked cigar. Well, I'm blessed.
Why does that surprise you so much?
You didn't know Miss Milne, of course. But whatever she did in London, I can tell you she led a life of the strictest propriety here at home.
My dear fellow, you're not suggesting there's anything improper in a woman of 65 entertaining a man to tea, are you?
In itself, no. But you know how people talk in these small communities. And in any case, Miss Milne was practically a hermit. Weeks often went by without her having a single caller. As far as I'm aware, she had no friends in the district at all. Real friends, I mean. Male or female.
Perhaps her caller on this occasion didn't live in the district. Perhaps he was someone she'd met in London.
That could be so, of course. Well, Lieutenant, you've got the problem before you. I wish you luck.
Thanks. I've an idea I'm going to need it before this case is over.
There was precious little else in the way of clues to reward the painstaking Trench. There were no identifiable fingerprints discovered in the house, nor even on the murder weapon itself, the poker that had been found by Miss Milne's body. Her private papers yielded nothing that might give a lead, except one or two rather coy references to a dashing but anonymous American she had met in London. And most of the unclaimed mail in the box was either business correspondence or begging letters. The few of her male acquaintances at Broughty Ferry who might conceivably have visited her for tea were able to establish their movements satisfactorily. And in any case, most of them were connected with the church and therefore hardly likely to drink whiskey and smoke cigars. It wasn't until the police offered a reward of £100 that things really started to happen. The first to come forward was one Margaret Campbell.
You say, Miss Campbell, you're a maid employed in the house next door to Miss Milne's.
Aye, that's right, sir.
And from the upper windows, you can see part of the grounds of Elm Grove House.
Aye.
In fact, on October the 15th or 16th, did you see anyone or anything there?
Not in those days, sir.
But a few days earlier, round about the 12th it would be, I happened to look out. I saw a gentleman walking in the garden.
Did you take particular note of him?
Aye, sir, I did. It was so unusual to see anyone but Miss Milner, the gardener, you understand.
Quite. Could you describe him, do you think?
Well, he was a tall, handsome man of about 40, I would say. He had round features and fair hair, and he was wearing a dark suit, sir.
Was he clean-shaven?
Oh, that I couldn't say, sir. I was looking down on him, you understand.
Yes, I see. Did you mention to anyone else that you'd seen him?
Aye, sir. When I went downstairs, I told mistress.
You didn't see this man again?
No, sir.
Oh, thank you very much. I'll get you to put what you've told me into the form of a statement, if you don't mind.
So far, so good. Of course, the fact that this man had been seen there 3 days before the murder didn't necessarily implicate him in it. Still, it was a start, and more was to follow. The next to volunteer information was John Dunn, a garbage collector.
I was at work about 4:30 in the morning on October the 16th in Grove Road when I seen a man come out the small door of the main entrance gate at Elm Grove.
Oh? What did he do?
He stopped for a moment and looked up and down the road. Then when he saw me and realised I'd seen him, he walked off briskly and disappeared round the bend in the road.
Get a good look at him?
Aye, good enough. It was near a dark morning, and he walked right under a gas lamp. I'd say he was between 30 and 40. Tall and well-built with a sort of a pale face and a fair moustache. He wore a bowler hat and a dark overcoat.
Did you recognize him again if you saw him?
Ah, easy. I think I would.
Thank you, Mr. Don. That'll do.
It seemed the search was narrowing, but more was to follow. Much more. Next to volunteer a sight of the mysterious stranger was John Wood, who had worked occasionally for the murdered woman as a gardener.
All right, Mr. Wood. Let's hear what you have to say.
Well, sir, I used to understand Miss Milne more than most people, as you might say, and she used to talk to me and tell me things she'd never owned to others.
Yes, go on.
Last August, when she returned from London, she told me she'd been staying at a hotel in the Strand, and she'd met a foreign gentleman there, a tea planter, I think it was.
Did you say what nationality he was?
A German, I think it was, sir, though I'd not be sure.
Might it have been an American?
Aye, it might have been. I didn't pay much heed at the time. Well, on the 19th of September, I know the date because I've got it in the little book where I keep my note of my wages. I was in the house doing odd jobs for Miss Milne when the doorbell rang. I answered it, and there was a gentleman, sir, who said to me, "Is Miss Milne in?"
Did you notice his accent?
It was foreign, sir, that's all I can say. So I told Miss Milne, and she skipped along the passageway just like a lassie to welcome him.
Do you remember what you said?
Something like, "You've come, I knew you would." Then she gave me 2 shillings and packed me off home.
What did this man look like?
He was about 40, I should say. Maybe 5'9", a well-made man.
Dark or fair?
Fair, with a wee fair moustache and a fresh face.
Well dressed?
Aye, morning coat and dark trousers. A real gent, as you might say.
And his voice? Apart from the accent, I mean, was it deep or pitched high?
It was deep, sir, and sort of guttural, I suppose you'd call it. Of course, I'm not saying it's the man who murdered Miss Milne. Still, I thought you should know.
Yes, you did quite the right thing, Mr. Wood. Thank you very much.
Then there was a taxi driver, Frederick Ewing, who remembered early on the morning of October the 15th taking a fare from the South train to Broughty Ferry in the vicinity of Elm Grove House.
He was a smartly dressed man, well built. Between 35 and 40, I'd say. Pale complexion, fair moustache. I didn't notice anything particular about his accent. I'd have said he was English, sinister-looking sort of fellow. I was glad to get rid of him, I can tell you.
Hard on the taxi driver's heels came 2 sisters named McIntosh. On October the 7th, they said they'd been visiting a relative in Grove Road. And as they were passing Elm Grove about 8:30 p.m., they were surprised, knowing Miss Milne's reclusive habits, to see a man emerging from the front gate. Their description of him?
He was a tallish, well-built man in early middle age, fair-haired, with a small moustache and a rather round, ruddy face. He looked as though he might be a foreigner. Judging by his clothes and general manner, he was certainly a gentleman.
So many descriptions that tallied so exactly couldn't possibly be put down to coincidence. Where the case had seemed hopeless at the beginning, The prospect of a solution now appeared extremely bright. Let him once lay hands on the guilty man, Trench thought, and he'd have no difficulty about positive identification. So he circulated to every police station in Great Britain a full description of the murdered woman's mysterious friend, and then sat back and waited for results. They came quickly and dramatically, as you shall hear. While in Dundee, investigations into the murder of Jean Mill were proceeding, in Maidstone jail, serving a short sentence for having obtained a meal at a hotel without the means to pay for it, was a man who had given his name as Charles Warner, and his address as 210 Wilton Avenue, Toronto, Canada. And to Maidstone jail, while he was still a guest there, came a copy of the circular from Detective Lieutenant Trench, describing in detail the appearance of the man whom he believed to be Miss Mill's murderer.
Listen to this, Bill. Age about 40, height about 5 feet 9, weight 11 to 12 stone. Fair hair, round face, ruddy complexion, fair moustache, deep voice, well-dressed of gentlemanly aspect. Maybe German or American.
American? You don't think it could be that fellow Warner, do you?
That's just what I was wondering. He answers his description all right.
Of course, you couldn't say he was exactly well-dressed when we brought him in.
Might have been disguised, you know.
Exactly. And anyway, old clothes or no, there's no mistaking from the way he speaks and goes on generally. He's a gentleman, all right.
Anyone with half an eye could spot that. What do you reckon we ought to do, Bill?
Report it to the governor, of course. Let him worry about it from now on.
The governor of the jail acted promptly. Within an hour, photographs of Warner were taken, and the same evening they were mailed to Trench in Dundee. In due course, they were shown to the various witnesses. One and all agreed Warner was the man they had seen. But Trench was cautious and thorough. Determined to make sure before he took positive action, he arranged for 5 of his witnesses to travel down by train to Maidstone. They were Margaret Campbell, the maid, John Donn, the garbage collector, John Wood, the gardener, and the 2 Mrs. McIntosh. There the governor took them separately into an exercise yard at the jail, where 11 men, including Warner, were standing in line. First came Margaret Campbell.
Now, Miss Campbell, I want you to look carefully at these 11 men, and I want you to tell me if you recognize any one of them as the man you saw in Miss Mill's garden.
Aye, sir, I'll do my best. Well, it's not the tall one in the line. Nor again the one next to him, sir, nor the next. It's awful harsh when they've all got their hats on, sir. The man I saw was bareheaded.
Well, we'll soon fix that. Take your hats off, please. Well, young lady, does that help you?
Aye, sir. I know I'm right enough now. It's this one.
You're quite sure of that?
Well, his hair's a shade greyer than I'd thought it was, but I can't forget his eyes.
Thank you. That's all I want to know. Then John Donn, please.
And so it went on. One by one, the witnesses came into the yard, inspected the lineup, and identified Charles Warner as the man they had seen at Elm Grove House. Warner had begun by treating the proceedings as rather a joke, never suspecting they were directed against him. But as one after another picked him out, he began to lose his composure. And finally, when the last of the witnesses, one of the Mrs. McIntosh, pointed to him, he could restrain himself no longer.
It's not fair. I protest. I'm the victim of a conspiracy.
What do you mean by that?
I mean they must be telling each other where I stand in the line.
That's not true. No one told me anything.
They must have. The whole thing's a put-up job. It's a farce. All the others made me take my hat off. Don't you want me to as well?
No, I don't. I know you quite well without that. I'm perfectly satisfied you're the man.
That's fine. That's swell. What am I supposed to have done? What am I being framed for?
I advise you to moderate your language, my man. You're not being framed, as you put it, for anything. We don't do things like that in this country.
Oh, no?
No. And as to the rest of it, you'll know in due course. All right. The parade's over.
Charles Warner was not left wondering for long. Next morning, his 14 days' imprisonment ended, and at the prison gates, as he was about to leave, technically at least a free man, a plainclothes policeman stepped forward and laid a hand on his arm. It was Detective Lieutenant Trench.
Charles Warner?
Sure, that's me.
I've a warrant for your arrest.
Well, for Pete's sake, what am I supposed to have done?
You're charged with that on or about the 15th of October at Broadway Ferry, Dundee, you did feloniously murder one Jean Milne.
You're crazy. I've never been in Dundee in my life, and I've never even heard of this Dame Milne, or whatever her name is.
You've no need to make a statement now. It's my duty to warn you that anything you say may be taken down in writing and used in evidence.
Okay, I get it. But someone's going to be sorry for this in a few days. I'm warning you right now. I'm warning you.
During the long train journey on the way up to Dundee, Trench had a good acquainted with his prisoner and to form some opinion of his general character. He couldn't help being impressed by Warner's straightforwardness and frankness. Still, as Trench well knew, these are characteristics common to many murderers. So he allowed the fact unduly to influence him. Although under no obligation to do so, Warner gave a full account of his recent movements.
You say you've been on this side of the world for about 4 months, Warner.
Sure, that's right.
What brought you here in the first place? Did you have some prospect of a position?
No, I just got kind of sick of staying around at home in Toronto, so I thought I'd like to have a look at Europe.
Just a holiday visit, eh?
Yeah, I had a few dollars of my own, and my brother offered to stake me when that ran out. So it seemed like too good a chance to miss.
And what have your movements been since you came here?
Well, first I landed up at Le Havre. Then I went to Paris and spent 6 or 8 weeks there.
When did you first come to England?
Round about the first week in September.
Are you sure you weren't here in August, staying at the Strand Palace Hotel in London?
Sure, I'm sure.
Where did you stay in London?
Oh, some little joint in Bayswater. I forget the name.
And after that?
Well, things got a bit tough. My money ran out, you see.
How about the allowance your brother was going to send you?
He died in the meantime, so I couldn't count on anything from there.
I see. So what did you do?
Well, I heard some talk of jobs that were going in Liverpool, so I went up there. I stayed in a boarding house at Sanctum, but there was nothing doing in the way of work, so I stayed away on a ship and had a look at Holland and Belgium.
When was this?
Around about the middle of October, I guess.
And what cities were you in?
Amsterdam, mainly, and Brussels and Antwerp.
What were you doing? How did you manage to live without money?
Oh, I picked up a few pence here and there doing odd jobs. Most of the time I slept in parks.
And when did you return to England?
Around about the 8th of October. I wouldn't be sure of the date. Then I figured it was time I stopped hoboing around and went home to Canada. I thought if I walked south, I might pick up another ship and work my way home as a stoker or something.
Instead of which you finished up in Maidstone jail, eh?
Sure. When I was passing through Tonbridge, I thought I might be able to bluff my way to a free meal, but I thought wrong. And there you have it, Lieutenant. The full history of Charles Warner. You can check on it if you don't believe me.
But that was just the trouble. It seemed a simple and plain enough story, and yet it was shot through and through with gaps. There were whole days during Warner's stay in Liverpool, for instance, that could not be accounted for. Days on which he might easily have gone north to Dundee. There was a whole period of his second visit to the continent. When Trench reported progress back to his chief in Glasgow, he was plainly worried about the whole affair.
I don't know, sir. It's just about got me bamboozled.
What's the trouble, Trench?
Well, sir, I've always prided myself on my ability to read a man's character. Your ordinary course of events, I'd be prepared to stake a month's pay Warner isn't a murderer.
And yet,
there are those gaps in his story. He may be telling the truth, and he may not. There's no means of finding out either way.
And, of course, the evidence of identification.
Yes. You might expect one person to make an honest mistake, but 5? Well, I mean, you can't ignore overwhelming evidence like that.
Well, there are people who are supposed to have seen this mysterious stranger in the neighborhood of Broadway Ferry.
Oh, any amount of them. There was a taxi driver, for instance, who took a fare to Grove Road on the morning of the murder. There were some children who say they saw a man coming out of Miss Milne's house. There was a barber who says he shaved a strange man. There were 2 ladies who claimed to have seen Miss Milne with a man in London. And there was a post office clerk who declares a man was asking his way to Elmgrove House. There was a workman travelling on the car from Broadway Ferry to Dundee on the morning after the murder, who reported he'd seen another passenger behaving in a suspicious manner. In fact, if Warner is the man we're looking for, he's managed to get himself seen by almost every present.
Why don't you call all these witnesses in and see if they can identify him in the lineup?
Do you think it'll prove anything, sir?
It might. You never know.
All right, sir. I'll do it.
And so on November the 29th, Warner was paraded among other men before no less than 22 fresh witnesses. We don't know the exact figures, but we do know that at least half of them positively identified him as a man they had seen. By now, the accused man was becoming desperate.
I tell you they're mistaken, every one of them. You've got to believe me, Lieutenant.
You're arguing against a great weight of numbers, you know, Warner.
Maybe so, but they're mixing me up with some other guy.
You're double, eh?
Well, why not? Things like that do happen, don't they?
Yes, on rare occasions.
Couldn't this be one of them? Look, bring me a stack of Bibles and I'll swear to you on the whole lot of them that I'm not guilty of this crime. I've never murdered anyone in my life. Until you brought me here, I've never been north of Liverpool in my life. And I've never clapped eyes on Jean Mill in my life. You ought to know when a guy's telling the truth. Can't you see I'm not lying?
I don't know. I don't know what to think. You say you were in Antwerp the day Miss Moon was killed. If only you could prove that, you'd be clear.
But how can I prove it? I've already told I was broke, scrounging a few odd sous here and there and sleeping in the park.
Sure, there must be someone you spoke to that day. Something you did that could be checked on. Something to prove your story. Think, man. Think.
Oh, I've thought till I'm almost crazy. But till there's nothing, not a thing.
Well, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do to help you. If you are innocent, Warner, you've got yourself in a most incredibly tight corner.
You're telling me.
5 weeks passed with Warner still in jail. Then, on the 3rd of January 1913, Penn came to him with news.
I'm sorry, Warner, but the trucker, the fiscal of Dundee, has completed his case against you.
What's that mean?
It means you're to stand your trial tomorrow week.
Oh. I suppose they've got quite a swag of evidence against me.
I understand something like 100 witnesses are to be called.
Their word against mine. I don't suppose I'll have a show.
Frankly, I don't think so. Unless you can find some way between now and then of proving you were in Antwerp on October the 15th.
What's the good? We've been over that again and again.
Well, if you do think of anything, some person you might have talked to, some documentary evidence, a piece of paper, for instance.
Wait a minute.
What is it?
A piece of paper. That's it. I think I got it. When I came in here, the police took an old wallet from me. Where is it now?
Well, they're holding it for you, I dare say.
Would I have a chance of that, do you think?
Of course. In fact, I'll go out to the charge room now and collect it myself, if you like.
Within 5 minutes, the wallet, containing a miscellaneous selection of papers, was in Warner's hands. He sorted through it with feverish haste, his hands trembling with excitement, his eyes gleaming with a new hope. And then, at last...
Here it is! I know I've kept it!
Oh, what is it?
Look for yourself. On the 15th of October, I was so dead broke, I pawned my waistcoat in Antwerp for a franc. This is the ticket, and it's got the date on it.
You're right. I'll be back in a couple of days.
Hey, where are you going with that ticket?
To Antwerp, of course. Check your story. And redeem your waistcoat.
3 days later, Trench returned to Edinburgh with a perfect alibi, wrapped in a brown paper parcel. That same evening, the Procurator Fiscal received a telegram from the Scottish Crown Office. In regard to Charles Warner, charged with murder, Crown Counsel have considered precognitions and decided evidence insufficient. Please liberate. And so ended the ordeal by identification of Charles Warner, an innocent man against whom more than a dozen honest witnesses were prepared to swear evidence that would have sent him to his death. And who did kill Jean Mills? That was never resolved, and her case remains today and is likely to remain in the file of unsolved crime. Well, that's all for now, but I'll be back again soon to tell you some more of the secrets of Scotland Yard. Meanwhile, this is Clive Brooks saying goodbye and pleasant dreams.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
This is Orson Welles, speaking from London. Here in the grim stone structure on the Thames, which houses Scotland Yard, is a warehouse of homicide, where everyday objects, A woman's purse, a man's glove, a child's shoe, all are touched by murder. Now this silencer was made to fit an army rifle, made for a killer, for striking unseen and unheard. In the dark, perhaps. Interesting little instrument, a scientific gadget to absorb sound, to change a sharp, cracking report into a muffled gasp.
I suppose I'm being rather subjective about this, Sergeant, but I find myself hating that silencer.
Yes, I understand how you feel, Inspector. A silencer, well, it's filthy, isn't it? It's something like a rattlesnake.
No, Sergeant, your simile's wrong. A rattlesnake gives warning before he strikes. He plays fair.
Today, that silencer can be seen here in the Black Museum.
From the annals of the Criminal Investigation Department of the London Police, we bring you the dramatic stories of the crimes recorded by the objects in Scotland Yard's Gallery of Death, the Black Museum. In just a moment, you will hear The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles. Now, The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles.
Well, here we are, in the Black Museum. Scotland Yard's Museum of Murder. Here lies death, violent death, in many guises, a long history of a great number of very murderous deeds. On the shelves, on the tables, in the very air itself. Now, this elephant gun here, this was once used for hunting by a sportsman bred in the very best traditions. Later used to shoot a friend in the back. Ah, here we are, a silencer. Metal tubes within tubes, small and stubby, designed to swallow sound. There was a weapon, too, of course, but no unthoughtable weapon or the silencer. The night Herbert and Josie Martin returned from a party to their new home in the equally new residential development in the suburbs of London.
Oh, it was a fine party, Josie, but I don't mind telling you I'm dead for sleep.
Oh, yes. Oh, I like the new neighbors, but business days are no time for housewarming.
At the rate these new houses are renting, we'll be going to house parties for weeks on end. Might as well make up our minds to it.
A man and his wife, tired in a pleasant sort of way, pleased at meeting their new neighbors and preparing for sleep. Normal, quiet, nice people in a new home. Nothing spectacular. No hint of headlines. No thought of death.
Sure the doors are locked, Herbert?
Mm-hmm, yes.
Oh, dear, please pull down the blind, because if it blows up during the night, it'll flap out the window and wake us, like last night.
Oh, all right. If you didn't insist on opening the windows from the top, Josie, the blinds wouldn't blow.
Herbert! Herbert, what is it? Herbert! What is it? What's taken you? Oh! Oh!
man reaches up to pull down a window blind. The lighted lamp is behind him. A bullet stars the window pane. The man is dead. A short while later, a telephone rings in an office in Scotland Yard.
Inspector Foster here.
Sergeant Williams speaking, sir. There's a call come through from Hempstead Oval. Herbert Martin shot as he was pulling down the blind in his bedroom.
Anyone with him?
Yeah, his wife, sir.
Any other witnesses?
No, sir, not at the moment.
Very well, Williams. Bring a car round and we'll have a look at the situation. I realize this has been a terrible shock, Mrs. Martin, but we need your help at once.
Oh, anything, Inspector. Anything at all.
Did your husband have any enemies that you know of?
Oh, no, no one. No one.
Any trouble in his business?
No, nothing, no.
What was his business?
Insurance. Accident, mostly. It was going on so well, that's how we could afford to move out here.
Then you've only come here recently.
3 months ago. We were one of the first tenants. It seemed such a nice place. Everything so new.
Questions and more questions. But there was obviously nothing Mrs. Martin could tell the inspector. All she knew was what she'd seen. One point puzzled him. The inspector came back to it several times.
And you're certain, Mrs. Martin, that you heard no shot?
No, nothing. Just the sort of noise of the glass, and then Herbert falling.
Well, it's possible, sir. At extreme range, the sound of a shot might have followed the arrival of the bullet.
Mrs. Martin?
No, I'm sure. I'd have noticed. I thought it seemed so strange. There wasn't any sound. Just the hole in the window and my husband sort of crumpling up and falling.
Well, that's not much to go on. Perhaps the bullet will tell us something. Meanwhile, we'll do our best, Mrs. Martin. We'll try to do our best.
There was very little for the police to start on. A close scrutiny of Herbert Martin's life brought nothing to light. Martin's manner of living, the conduct of his business were exemplary. His friends, his business associates, his new neighbors, all had nothing but praise for Herbert Martin. Death had come out of the dark. This alone was ground for speculation, particularly among the neighbors. Sidney and Elizabeth Davis, brother and sister, were no exceptions.
I can't help but think, Sidney, it's so peaceful here. And that poor man barely in his grave. Well, it is pleasant. And it would be if it... Only... Oh, do you suppose his poor wife will keep the house now?
I doubt it. But perhaps if you offer to help her, Elizabeth.
Well, I have. It will take her quite a while to make up her mind.
I see.
But she's all alone, poor soul. Sidney, I can't help but wonder... You know,
what? What is it, Elizabeth?
I had the strangest twinges.
What?
It's sharp. Oh, Sidney.
Elizabeth.
Oh, help me. Help me.
Elizabeth.
Death had come to Hampstead Oval once again.
And you're absolutely sure you heard no shot, Mr. Davis?
Absolutely, Inspector. One moment my sister was speaking to me about Mrs. Martin. The next moment she was dying in my arms. There was no sound, and only the blood.
I see. Mr. Davis, do you know the people who live in this development?
Nearly all of them. We felt rather like pioneers, I suppose, with the development being so new. We all became friendly.
And perhaps you can tell me, are there any ex-servicemen living here?
Yes, there are 2. Nice chaps. Wives and children, you know. May I ask why you inquire?
Because the bullet which killed Mr. Martin came from an Army issue rifle, and I suspect the same thing will be found true in your sister's case. If it is true, we'll have that much at least to go on.
More, the markings on both bullets were identical. The same weapon had been used. Inspector Foster sent Detective Sergeant Williams visiting.
Yes? Are you Thomas Larkin?
I am.
Excuse me, sir. I'm Detective Sergeant Williams, CID. Here are my credentials.
Oh, come in, Sergeant. Will you come into the living room?
I'll only keep you a moment, Mr. Larkin. I want to speak about the Martin and Davis murders.
Yes, of course.
Do you happen to have a rifle in your possession, sir?
No, I gave all that up when I was discharged. If I never see a weapon again, it'll be too soon.
I believe your husband is an ex-serviceman, Mrs. Goodson.
Yes, he is. 5 years of service, 8th Army, under General Montgomery.
I see. Now, tell me, did he by any chance retain any weapon when he left the service?
No.
Is there any weapon in your house that you know of?
Yes. A Webley.
Oh, really?
Well, frankly, my husband insists we keep it. He's got a license for it, but it frightens me half to death just to have it in the house. What with the children around and all. Oh, Sergeant, are all of us in danger here?
Oh, you needn't worry.
Don't you have any idea who or what may be behind these dreadful shootings?
Nothing, sir. I drew a complete blank.
I rather thought you would. Incidentally, pathology found the Davis bullet, and ballistics reports it's identical with the one they recovered from Martin's body.
Well, whoever he is, he's a fabulous shot, sir.
And he uses a silencer. That's the only explanation I have for the absence of sound.
It's not very much to go on.
Inspector Foster here.
This is Mrs. Thomas Larkin, Inspector. My husband and I live on Hempstead Oval.
Yes, Mrs. Larkin, I know. What can I do for you?
Well, Mr. Larkin and I have called a meeting at our house for this evening. We hoped you and Sergeant Williams could be with us.
What's the purpose of your meeting, Ma'am?
Oh, the entire development is living in fear, Inspector. We want to try to find some way to protect ourselves. We thought you might have some advice to offer.
I'm somewhat doubtful about the advice, Mrs. Larkin, but Sergeant Williams and I will be at your meeting. Have you set a time for it as yet?
They came that evening to the Larkin living room. Inspector Foster waited in the hallway with the Larkins.
Is everyone here, Mr. Larkin?
I think so, sir.
Mr. Munden said he'd be over. His wife wanted to stay with their little boy.
Well, he's the only one missing, then.
Yes, that's right.
How did you reach these people? By telephone?
It's not much trouble to do that. We're all on party lines.
I see.
Someone's at the back door, Tom.
Must be Munden. I'll get it.
If you'll excuse me, Mrs. Larkin.
Yes, of course. Go ahead, Inspector.
Funny, coming to the back door. I told his wife particularly about the front door and the precautions.
No matter. At least I don't believe it will matter.
Here we are. Hello, Munden. Glad you could make it.
Sorry I'm late, Larkin. I rather thought the back way would present less opportunity for this unknown marksman to...
Munden, good grief!
Shut that door, Larkin. You're a perfect target yourself standing there.
Today, that silencer can be seen here in the Black Museum.
In just a moment, we will continue with The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles. And now we continue with The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles.
Neighbor Munden was dead, with a rifle bullet neatly placed in the back of his head. The silent marksman was another story entirely. Who he was, where he was, why he struck, were the unanswered questions which Inspector Foster had to face. as he stood before the terror-stricken residents of Hempstead Oval.
All I can say is that the police are doing anything and everything to find this killer.
And in the meantime, Inspector?
I'll answer that. In the meantime, we can all be picked off as my sister was, or Martin, or Munden.
Yes, he's right, Inspector. I, for one, won't leave my children open to the risk of being orphaned or worse.
No. Oh, no.
Moving away, giving up your homes, won't find a murderer. I'm asking you, all of you, to do something quite difficult under present circumstances. I want you to stay here for another few days. Be patient. Remain indoors at night. Stay away from doors and windows. If it's possible to find him, and that is always possible, we'll do it. I promise you this, that the entire machinery of the London...
They watched him, the good neighbors of Hempstead Oval, with doubt and fear in their eyes. What they did as Inspector Foster asked. They stayed in their homes and waited. The welcome light of morning found the inspector and his sergeant with Tom Larkin in the kitchen of his home.
You're about the same height as Munden, aren't you, Larkin?
Just about.
Good. Sergeant?
Yes, sir?
Set up the transit here where Munden was standing when he was hit and adjust its height to Mr. Larkin.
Very good, sir.
A surveyor's transit in my kitchen? I don't understand, Inspector.
You will shortly. Almost ready, Sergeant?
Yes.
The men worked quickly, methodically. The transit was set up, the lens of its telescope facing the open back door. Inspector Foster adjusted the eyepiece and then slowly scanned from lintel to lintel through the open doorway. Back he moved the instrument, adjusting it vertically as well as horizontally, turning the brass thumb screw carefully, precisely. Stepped away from the transit.
That seems to be the best possibility, Sergeant. See for yourself.
Thank you, sir. Yes, it lines up well. The angle seems to be about right.
Shall we have a look at it?
Yes. Yes.
Care to come with us, Larkin?
Yes, I would.
There's a tree out there with a clear line of fire right through your back door. The distance seems to be about 500 yards.
So that's what the transit was for.
Exactly. Let's go, shall we? Too bad it's been so dry lately. There might have been footprints.
Marks on the tree trunk, sir.
Where?
Here. Look, notice the scraping on this bark, sir? As if someone in heavy boots had climbed the tree, and it's recent, too.
Here for a boost up, Sergeant?
Yes, sir. All right. That's it. Hey, there are more marks up here, sir. Quite a comfortable perch. Hello, the limb forks here. Scratches on the bark. Could have been a rifle rested here.
Very good. Come on down, Sergeant.
Right.
Inspector, I may have found something over here, under this branch.
Don't touch anything, Larkin.
Right here, look. In the weeds. Looks like a rifle cartridge to me. Brass. The sun caught it.
Good man. Good eyesight. Take care of that, Sergeant.
All right, sir.
Once we find the rifle and its owner, that bit of brass may well send him up 13 steps early one morning.
Starting from nothing, the facts were coming together one by one. In the quiet office at the yard.
The boot marks on the tree trunk, Sergeant. They were rather close to the ground. I noticed your first jump was at least 2 feet higher.
Yes, I wasn't carrying a rifle, sir.
No, but a man of average weight in good condition would have made markings closer to yours. I'd say this fellow was either very heavy or not exactly young. Of past middle age, at least.
The beginnings of a description.
Either military or hunting experience to be able to shoot like that at night.
The beginnings of a background.
Whoever it was must have lived in that area for some time to know the position of that tree in relation to Larkin's back door. Start a quiet house-to-house check, Williams.
Very good, sir.
Have the men watch for anyone who fits these points.
Yes, sir.
Then find me a detailed ordnance map of Hempstead Oval. The builder or the renting agent will have one. We've found one sniper's perch. I'm curious about the other. Interesting layout architecturally. According to the contour of the land. The main line of the houses seems to curve round this rise just off center.
It must have been quite a place in the old days.
Oh?
The builder told me. An estate sold for taxes. Family named, Wardman. Old line. The grant went back nearly to the first Queen Elizabeth.
History. Fascinating. Any more?
Yes, quite a talkative fellow. Seems the land was sold on condition that the sole survivor of the family be given a house rent-free for the rest of his life.
And this person is still there?
Seems to be. He's an elderly gentleman. Keeps very much to himself. This is his house here, on the end of the main line.
I see. Now then, this would be the Martin place, and this the Davis.
Yes, that's right, sir.
The Martin bedroom and the Davis porch face the same way along that curve of the hill.
Yes, that's it, sir. It seems they didn't originally intend to build on the hill, but they've started a new house right here. The fellow sketched it in for me. The demand's been very high. Wouldn't mind living there myself.
After we get this killer, eh, Sergeant?
Oh, yes, sir, after.
Pass me that ruler, William.
Right.
Thank you. See here, Williams. The Martin window and the Davis porch are in direct, clear line with the new building. I wonder now. I assume the contractor isn't working his men at night. I wonder now.
This is the top floor, Inspector. Hardwood isn't in yet, but that floor will take your weight. That's the dormer window you asked about.
Look around, will you, Sergeant?
Very good, sir.
About the progress of this building.
Yes, sir.
How long has this top floor been in this half-finished state?
About a fortnight, sir. Glaziers are due end of this week. Carpenters will get the flooring right after that.
Anyone here at night?
Yes, there's a watchman for the old development. One of his stations is just across the road. You can see it through the window. There.
I see.
I have them, sir. Here. They were lying along the wall, under the window.
Here, now, who'll do this? 10-penny nails in the windowsill. Someone will catch it for this.
No doubt someone will. Someone put those nails in to help steady a rifle. The same someone who left those 2 brass cartridge cases behind him.
How do you catch a killer who strikes silently in the darkness? How do you match his craftiness? Perhaps you say to Tom Larkin,
"It may be dangerous, Larkin. Will you cooperate?"
Oh, I've been under fire before now, Inspector.
Very well. Now then, I believe someone told me the telephones hereabouts are on party line.
a telephone call is made on the party line.
I want to talk to you, Goodson, about this killer. I think I know who it is. I'll walk over in half hour with a friend of mine, and I'm picking up Sid Davis on the way.
No mention, of course, that the friend is Sergeant Williams, CID, who will walk alongside Tom Larkin, staying between him and the new house on the hill. No mention of the inspector crouched on the hillside in the dark shadow of the half-built house.
So you're certain the men know the orders, Mason?
Yes, sir. They've anyone into the cordon, but no one gets out, except the watchman.
Very good. Now, let's see. Yes, Time Williams and Larkin were starting on the walk. Let me have the glasses, Mason.
Through the night glasses, the inspector watched. Almost half a mile away, two men left the Larkin house, started slowly along the road. On the hillside, a shadow slipped quietly toward the half-finished house. The inspector whispered.
Hear that? Not a sound now.
Unsuspecting, a shadow moved through the line of police, past the hidden inspector, into the building.
Come along, Mason. He's gone into the house.
Into the empty building. Empty, except for a killer, climbing steadily. No lights. Only the vague outline of the unpainted banister and the clean smell of new wood. Suddenly, the footsteps ahead stop. The inspector and his companion pause at the head of the stairway. The glassless window shows the night sky bright with stars. A black shadow kneels at the sill, places a long, heavy object between the two 10-penny nails.
All right, Mason, take him.
I said, no. No, you shan't take me. No, I have a right here. Better than anyone. I have a right.
You're being taken in charge for murder. I must warn you that anything you say may be taken down in writing.
Never mind, Mason. He doesn't understand.
Yes, sir.
You're Philip Waldman, aren't you?
Oh, you seem to be a gentleman.
My name's Foster. Why are you here in this empty building, Mr. Wardman?
I have a right. This is my land. My family's land. They told me when I sold it for the money I could go on living here. I build houses, brought strangers. I'm driving them out. I'm hunting them out, as I hunted in Africa. And you were a boy. That's my right. I came to live on my land. Trespassers, there's a law.
There's a law, too, Mr. Wardman, about rifles like this. And silencers.
Silencers. I'm a good shot. Pick them off like quail. And with a silencer, supposed to spoil the accuracy of a rifle. But not mine. I'm good. Won trophies when I was younger. I never knew. I never knew.
All right, Tracy, take him downstairs. You were an excellent shot, Mr. Wardman, even with a silencer.
And today that silencer can be seen in its place here in the Black Museum.
Orson Welles will be back with you in just a moment. Now here in person is Orson Welles.
It's true, of course, that in many countries, men have loved their land to the point of desperation. Philip Wardman loved his to the point of madness and murder. The rifle belonged to his grandson, a veteran living far away in Canada. Where the old man bought the silencer was never learned. The secret of that went with Philip Wardman to the place where his bitter, lonely life drew to its close. The silencer itself remains in its usual place in the Black Museum. Now, until we meet next time, I tell you another story about the Black Museum. I remain, as always, obediently yours.
Exciting news for adventure seekers. Join us on a thrilling journey through the vibrant landscapes and diverse culture of Brazil. Lost in Brazil brings you to captivating videos showcasing heart-pounding adventures, mouth-watering cuisine, and hidden gems of this incredible country. From bustling cities to tranquil beaches, our videos capture the essence of Brazil's beauty. Experience the warmth of its people, the rhythm of its music, and the thrill of exploration. Click on the link in the description to find out more.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.